All right, we're live, guys. Hi, YouTube. Yeah, the title of today is Mars and Saturn in the birth chart, and me and Melanie just really wanted to speak on some things that aren't really talked about and aren't really dived in, And so, with that being said, I think I want to let Melanie kind of start it off because she has some really amazing insights and we were talking about this a little bit yesterday. Well, we really got really deep into it. I'm not even going to lie. So that's what we kind of wanted to bring to everybody because a lot of people have misconceptions and their own. It's deep. So yeah, Melanie, you want to go ahead and take it away?
Okay, guys. What we were talking about was the energies of Saturn and Mars, and how a lot of astrology readers seem to call them malefic, um, and that word in itself sort of puts a level of fear inside you just hearing the word malefic. Um, and what we really were wanted to look at is how these planets actually bring us life lessons, transforming life lessons. So instead of us looking at them as being actually quite evil or quite dangerous or fearful, because I think sometimes how we perceive something is how we actually experience it. And I think you, Tanya, were talking about something yesterday. I think you was talking about something in your chart, and there was a level of fear that came up for you because of how it was taught to you that this particular, I can't remember what it was. What was it on?
It was the Mars that it was in
Yeah.
Taurus, and
Exactly.
the opposition with Pluto, I think it was.
Exactly. So what we were really getting at.
Well, you explained yesterday pretty good that the fact that they're opposition, it's bringing balance, and I need to learn to transform it into something beautiful. Instead of just thinking that it's bad for me.
Because there isn't any bad energies. They are all working for the Creator. They're all here to help you learn things about yourself in different ways. Like, for example, Mars is the adolescent. Mars is very, very reactive, very not doesn't think before he does anything. It's very, very reactive, very martial. And Saturn, for example, is the grandfather. We were talking about how Saturn is looked at as a greater malefic when Saturn is the grandpa that was in the military that just wants you to do what you're supposed to do. And he's not going to give you any slack. You're going to learn. You are going to do it the right way. You are not going to slack off with him. And he rules this realm. So why in the world would you look at him as a bad malefic? Of course, then that energy is gonna come to you. That's just what's gonna happen. So if you're looking at him in that way, of course, that energy is gonna come to you, and that fear is gonna come, and it's gonna take over, and it's gonna create that fog in your life. And that's what we were really speaking on. So, Melanie, I know you had something that you want to say with that too. If she's there. She's muted. Okay, well, I'll just keep talking about it. But basically, Saturn, because the majority of the elite, all of them, they know Saturn's power. They know that he controls the material. They know that he controls the dense reality that we live in. This is Saturn's kingdom.
I think as well, what we were talking about yesterday was the fact that Saturn was the original sun.
Yeah.
And because of the fact that Saturn was the original sun before our sun, there is a certain level of acknowledgement that the sun must have.
Yes.
And the acknowledgement that we're currently giving to Saturn is that Saturn is evil, that it is detrimental to mankind. However, Saturn brings us the oldest and wisest lessons.
Yes.
So I think if we change our perception of Saturn, how we experience the lessons that Saturn gives to us will be very different.
Yeah.
And Mars, because Mars is the rebellious child. So if you think of Mars as being a rebellious child, then you understand how it impacts you within the childhood of yourself, within the childness of yourself, or the childishness of yourself, I should say.
Yes. The reactive adolescent side of you that doesn't think before you do things, you know, it's in and all of us.
Funny, because what we were looking at as well is that the planets actually show us different levels of maturity.
Yes.
So if we're looking at Saturn and Mars, Saturn shows us the child within us, the don't care attitude, the just wants to do, just I am, me. Where Saturn asks you to look at what's around you that's impacting you, what's around you that's not allowing you to create structure and be mature. So each of them seem to be bringing us different levels of maturity.
And once you see this in your chart and you see the power that you then have and the responsibility you can take for yourself, your whole entire life and the way you see life changes, because it's not the planets against you. That's not their job. Their job is to help you realize who you are and realize why you came here and the different facets of yourself. So when you can look at them as, because they're really just servants for the Most High. So when you look at them as what they are, you can see, wow, thank you, Saturn, for teaching me these things. Thank you, Mars, for showing that side of me. Thank you, Venus. Thank you, Mercury. Thank you, Pluto. Thank you all. Thank you, Sun. Thank you, everything, you know, because they're all here for you. They were all put here for you to see yourself. They're reflections of you greatly. I mean, truly.
And I think just like what Santos does say, is that these planets reside within us. So if we are looking at Satan as a malefic, as Satan, recognize that Satan is within you. You're actually bringing that energy of Satan within you because Saturn is part of your makeup. The planets are in our being, whether it's physical, in a spiritual realm, they're part of us. So how we perceive them, we're actually perceiving ourselves.
Yes. Yes. And that's what people don't want to accept. A lot of people don't want to accept that responsibility of the fact that how you see these planets and how you see life is a direct reflection of your own self. They don't want to do that work. They don't want to see the truth because the truth can hurt. We don't want to face ourselves, and that's in every single human being. So there's a great humility in that as well, because once you realize we all go through these things, and we're not in this alone.
Isn't that the point in us recognizing that these planets are in all of us? Yes. So everything that we see within ourselves, within other people, we have to recognize that that is also within us.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like the planets are saying, do not delude yourself, anyone, in thinking that you're better than anyone or any higher in vibration or in knowledge than anyone. You can't be, because you are all impacted by our energy, all of you. all of us.
Mm-hmm.
So we're all in the same boat.
It's a very humbling and beautiful feeling.
Isn't it, Joe?
Mm-hmm.
Hence why judgment actually doesn't make any sense. Because when we judge other people, we're actually judging ourselves.
Mm-hmm. Some deep stuff. Like it's very, very powerful. This information, like the energy and all of this. It's very. I'm just grateful to be here with all of you to talk about this stuff because it's so unbelievably important. So thank you all for being here. This is awesome.
It's funny, you know, because
It's
if
a
you think
pleasure.
about it, you know, like Santa says that the sun and the moon represents the mother and the father.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And it also
Mm-hmm.
represents the masculine and the feminine within each of us.
Hmm.
Then it also represents the wife and the husband. So
Mm-hmm.
all of these planets are giving us some reflection of an experience that we're having on Earth. All of them. I think
And
it's actually quite beautiful.
mm-hmm. And the elements of the signs and what it represents in you, like a lot of water, a lot of fire, a lot of air, a lot of earth, like that's again talking to you and explaining and showing you what you are, you know. So paying attention to the elements are extremely, extremely important as well.
And even if you have got a chart that's got pure water and no fire, know that you can draw on the fire of the sun because
Mm-hmm.
it is your I am. You can draw on the fire of Saturn. You can draw on any of these planets' energies because just because it's not predominant in your chart doesn't mean that it's not energetically still present. You can
Absolutely.
still draw on that energy if you need to bring it in order to learn a lesson or shift a level of consciousness. That's what they're all there for. There isn't any set. Our chart is a chart for us to work through. It's not rigid, that it doesn't shift and move with our own consciousness and level of perception. It moves with us, it grows with us. That's why we're forever having, what's it called, transits.
Mm-hmm. And you can always call on help from these bodies that are there in the sky constantly for you.
Yeah.
Every minute of every day, they're always there shining on you, saying, hey, I'm here. I'm here to help. I'm here to help you. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm in the sky. To show you you're not alone. I'm here to help you. So if you're going through some shit, you know, and you need Saturn's energy, like you can ask for it. You can ask and watch what happens. Or Jupiter or Mercury, you know, if you need help like with your communication, you know, all of these energies are in there inside of you, connected to these planets and these bodies, because as above, so below.
Summer Great wants to say something about the Mars and Leo. Come on.
Mars and Leo, let me see. In regards to the planets, if the planets represent our emotional state, opinions are nothing but different perspectives. Absolutely. On the same thing. Oh, opinions of the same thing, right?
Yes.
One truth. The one truth, yeah. I always used to say, you know, we live, you know, everything is 360 degrees. Our pineal sees 360 degrees. Oh, he's trying his best. We know. We're all different degrees of the circle. You see what I'm saying? So we're all going to have different ways to see the one truth. And that's what's beautiful, and that's why we were made human. If we're humans are social creatures. That's why we're here. We're here to learn from one another, different mirrors of the same same picture, different pieces of the puzzle, you know, and this is not some
Yep.
love and light bullshit. This is some real stuff, and this is what people need to see. I mean, I'm not here gonna force anything on anybody. It's all for whose ears to hear and eyes to see, but it's there.
It's there to be aware of it, regardless if we're aware of it or not. You know,
Mhm.
it's up to us to make that choice to look, ask. Like a closed mouth won't, a closed mouth will not be fed.
Yeah.
It's a trip how we're covering the topic of Saturn,
Yeah.
because I hear like many different concepts of what the fingers mean, in our hand, like this is for one our will, which is our thumb, and then our index finger is some other thing, and then our middle finger that was said to be Jupiter, and then the ring finger was Saturn and such and such. But I've seen another one where it had the opposite of the ring finger and the middle finger, which the middle finger was Saturn and the ring finger was Jupiter. So I'm like, wow, because I had did a lot of searching, like with the medicine wheel, the four directions, and where the elements reside and stuff. For like even
Mhm.
amongst our different tribes of the Native American people, the elements are a little bit different in directions. And then when you look at the Wiccans and stuff, and then the way they did
Mhm.
with their elements, it's all a little bit different too. So I'm trying to like understand, which one is
Yeah.
which, because for my tribe and then the Hopi tribe, it's totally different, and it's like, damn, you
Yeah.
know what I mean?
It's
And
very
like one
different.
thing, one thing, because I was reading a lot of Greek mythology, and then try to compare and contrast what is and what isn't, with like a lot of my ancestors' mythology that was told to me, like Saturn, Father Time, the person who ate the children and stuff, and Zeus was the one that overthrew Saturn. You know what I mean? Those stories. But since I've been, doing a lot of studying on what magnetism is and everything, and how it led me to a symbol of the hourglass, and
Mhm.
how the Black Widow has that symbol she bears underneath her belly, and it's showing us in an alchemical term, like the upside down triangle being female, and then the upright triangle being the male, and it shows who's dominant over the male, which is the female, right?
Mm.
So like how we like with the pyramids up in Egypt, how they tell us it's a fire element, which fire cannot exist without air. It is air that gives fire the breath for fire to exist, So they teach us, the fire within, the pyramid. That's what pyros and middle, all that stuff. So I was like, huh, and when I became aware of the platonic solids and seeing that the fire tetrahedron is only a three-sided equilateral polygon, and opposed to the air element, which is an octahedron, which gives the whole true definition of what the pyramid is. If you look at it from a sky view, it's a square within a square, giving us 8 sides, right? So I was like, huh, that made me aware. So I was, applying everything from what I know, what I was taught when I was young, to what was taught as we read in school amongst the Greek mythology. So I'm like, huh, could it really be that Saturn is really the mother, the female? Not Father Time. Like we're given the aspect of time to show us the what you call it, the attributes that change within that realm. When an understanding is time don't change, everything in time does. So I
Mm.
was like, huh, what the hell does this mean? So I was like, okay, they show us the hourglass symbol with Father Time, to be aware, don't let Father Time consume you type crap, you know what I mean? As time is wasteful energy, however this such, but
But
and
I think that time that you're talking about comes with the reality of being on Earth.
yeah,
That's why it's in reference to Saturn, because Saturn is supposed to be the Lord of the Earth.
yeah, and if you think about it, we live in Earth and the Lord of the Earth, and the ways how a lot of us are awakening to the divine feminine. See, a pyramid is meant to be built on a foundation. What is our foundation? Mother Earth, right?
Mhm.
And I came to an understanding, like how we here in the bottom, our true nature, our true how do I say, bodily form is the ether, the spirit. the sun, the moon, and all the celestial beings in the sky show us our true aspect of our self in nature. You know, this is our body is just a vessel. So can it be the same that same understanding applied to Mother Earth? How the true prime creator is an image of herself here on Earth, as we are, like our vessels. The Earth is a vessel of the true creator who's outside of the realms of time, who is outside of space itself. You know.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and so I became aware with all this stuff. You know, I like learning new different things, different ideas, because it helps me understand a bigger picture, you know.
Very true.
Absolutely.
Hmm. So basically, knowing that time is only here on Earth. I was reading about something else, about the planets and the colors connected to each planet and
Mm-hmm.
how that's affecting us. Pretty interesting.
Could you repeat that?
About the planets, that every planet resonates with different color, right?
Mm-hmm.
And how's that affecting us?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Does anyone have anything to say about that?
I think that they're, from how I'm understanding it, they're associated to the chakras. Because if you think about Mars and you think about the Sun, you think
Yeah.
about Mercury. Mercury is blue. Well, should I say, we're told that Mercury is blue. We
Right.
don't know
Mm-hmm.
that Mercury is blue. So it seems to go hand in hand with the throat chakra, just like Mars would impact your root chakra in regards to anger, passion, all of that kind of stuff. So I don't know if that sort of answers your question.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
then Neptune, because you've got Neptune, Neptune's blue as well, and that's about the mind, imagination. Neptune's very much about fantasy world, going into another world of just pure thinking, imagination. So I don't know if that's connected.
Melanie, my point was the fact that on a daily basis, while we're wearing like colors, how the colors affect us. For example, if I'm dressed right now in a red dress, for example, how that's affecting the people we're communicating, how the colors based on like the planets that they're ruling, if if you know what I'm saying now.
Yeah,
Because
So
I've
how
actually.
how do you feel?
aggression to the person who is in front of me when he sees me in red, is it gonna bring like, different
The
emotions,
energy.
the
Mm-hmm.
I
energy?
think so. I
Yeah.
think
Yeah.
so.
I
And
think
I
it's
think
very
it also
interesting.
shows your state of mind, whatever colour that you're wearing too.
Yeah.
It's very interesting because I was in a yoga. I was getting my yoga certification, and I was in Ayurveda, and my teacher, she had a weekly, not a weekly thing, but it was a paper representing the days correlating to the planets, correlating to the colors. And Saturn was Saturday, and it was black. That's the color. I noticed that transpiring in a lot of Jewish stuff because they worship Saturn,
Yeah.
and they celebrate their Sabbath on Saturday, and they wear black. And I think it's very interesting that again, I lost my train of thought. I do this
hey,
so much.
Summers.
Yeah.
I had read an article before that the Jewish people and the Muslims, all them who circle around the Kaaba, before that color black was used, it was the color green.
Ah.
I had found that article, you know, and then one thing I learned to understand about colors, you know, yeah, colors does affect our reality. Like,
Yeah.
you know, red being fire representing active, which is violent, you know, opposed to water, which is calm, cool, you know, and collective. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
like the three primary colors, red, blue, and yellow, they have something to do with creating you know, like the prism. I don't know too much about light and stuff. I just been stuck on understanding magnetism because I had like the little light bulb light in my head. You know what I mean? But what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying is that the color black, you know, is a transmutated light. You know, is like before light came, there was darkness. You know what I mean? Before, you know, and then like the color green, how they used to acknowledge the color green back then. To me,
Mm-hmm.
that's the middle, our heart chakra. That's the
Yeah.
middle of the
Yeah.
7 colors, you know,
Mm-hmm.
of the rainbow.
Mm-hmm.
So our heart chakra, and look at Mother Earth, she's Lucius with the color green. To me, the color green, which the Chumash people, my tribe, you know, we had that in the south direction, but other
Mm-hmm.
tribes have the color red in the south direction. But
Mm-hmm.
and the south direction is the first stage of life, you know, for protection. You know,
Mm-hmm.
also too, the children, you know, they stay in the south direction for the protection that they get from the Great Spirit. But also too, like how I shared that one time, you know, also the Orion's belt is right in the south side direction. Like if a black,
Mm-hmm.
like a spider would protect her spiderlings, you know what I mean? and
Yeah.
and and the belt of Orion gives the hourglass symbol in the sky, you know, and it's crazy to me. The color green is about growth, regardless if it's spiritual or physical. It's a balanced color.
Yeah, and it's very interesting because like now it's just bringing back so many memories from my yoga certification. Like she went in depth, like because there's these three constitutions: the Pitta, Vata, and Kapha, and it's the body types and stuff like that. And how if you're Pitta, that's very fiery, so you would want to wear cooler colors to balance that out. And the opposite
Hmm.
goes for the Kaphas because they're very, very cool and they need more of the heat and stuff. I just thought that was very
Yeah.
interesting. And like green is also Venus. And another thing that I wanted to say, like what Melanie was saying, like we're told that these colors are these planets and stuff like that. And it's very interesting because it's out there every night for us, and this is what they want. They want us to be closed off from the world and what's right in front of our faces if we just look up simply, and if we just in tune to ourselves and what we feel they are, because a color could be different to somebody, or a planet could feel different to somebody, or it's going to bring you different energies. So it's ultimately up to you and what you feel like. It's not about listening and just regurgitating what somebody else is saying. It's like, what do you feel? And what works for you, because not one leaf is the same. Even though 100 people may agree on one thing, it may not be true for another topic. So,
Yeah, exactly. It's
Bear
crazy,
in
like how you.
mind,
mhm.
and bear in mind that these planets are within you. So if you go into yourself and you ask for access or some form of connection to these planets, you can know for yourself who or what energy this planet holds, because it will connect with you
Yes.
because it is yourself.
Yes.
Yeah,
And
it's.
I think what we're doing at the moment, a lot of us are going by what other people say or what's being written about these planets. And to be fair, I think they're really asking us to speak directly to them
Mhm.
through ourselves,
It's very
gain the
yeah.
information from yourself so that you know it is truth. Because a lot of what's going on and being said at the moment isn't truth.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And it's
One
very
thing.
dangerous coming from the biggest cult on the planet, which is society. We're listening to what we're being told, and we're listening. We're not asking questions. And then
Yeah.
there are smaller sects of cults that people are unaware of, and it's like you should never listen to what you're told without questioning, and you shouldn't be afraid to question. If you're afraid to question or to put your own opinion out there, that's a huge thing. That's speaking. That's a red flag to you if you feel like
Right
you
away.
can't be yourself and speak and have that question
It's
being
called
presented.
ignorance.
you know there's just no exception. There's no excuse for that. I mean, and if that is happening, that red flag is going off, you really need to question what the group is about. You really need to question what the people are about. You really need to question,
Oh
this goes for
yeah.
everybody, because I've experienced a lot with groups and it can get really, really, it's just you have to pay attention. You have to.
Yeah, that's a real important aspect that was given to us from the Great Spirit is the ability to think for ourselves, to know
Yes.
and understand. One thing when you guys were just talking about Venus and stuff like that, it just clicked to me right now. I feel Venus is a very important celestial being
Yes,
in
she
in in
is.
in equality
She is very, very
yeah, with
important.
the sun and the moon, because Venus herself is morning star for about 258 days and then goes into inferior conjunction to become evening star for that same equivalent amount of time. So there's that duality just from that one star, you
Mm-hmm.
know? Like Venus represents, I forgot, in Greek or Roman mythology, the female, but also too to the Mesoamerican culture, Venus, the morning star, represented the feathered serpent,
Yeah.
Kukulkan, the bringer of word, knowledge, wisdom, just like Hermes and Thoth is the same being. You know what I mean? That's who they represent.
Mm-hmm.
It's just crazy. I feel Venus is a very important star, just in the equivalent as the moon and the sun together, because the Venus, how she goes over from morning to evening star.
It's very, very important, and I think it's another extremely important thing that we talk about. The evening or morning star. Who was given that title? Lucifer. Who does everyone hate? Lucifer. So you're sending negative energy to Venus, which is an extremely important energy inside of you. You know what I'm saying? And like same thing with Satan. Like everyone's given Satan or Saturn Satan's name, and it's like you're screwing yourself over. And they do that on purpose. The religion, the divide and conquer, they're doing these things on purpose. They're very aware of what Saturn is. They're very aware of what
Oh
Venus is.
yeah,
And they
Think
want
about
you. They want you to put that energy out there to them.
if you
and,
think
and
about
exactly.
Saturn gives us the material benefits, because remember, some people are here to experience having wealth, just like we found out yesterday doing Greg's chart.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he's come to experience,
Yep.
having a load of money and earning it through his own sources and his own energy. So there's nothing wrong with wealth. It's what you're going to do with it. And a lot of us have come to have that experience of
Mm-hmm.
what have you come to do with it? What if you're thinking that Saturn is a malefic planet and is going to like, for example, when Mercury is in retrograde, I'm forever hearing people say when Mercury is in retrograde, you're not to make any formal contracts, not to sign any papers, not to do. Now, this will make you put your life on standby for Mercury.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
Mm-mm.
There's
And
got to be a way in order there's got to be a way in order that we can work with that retrograde energy of Mercury for our highest good, because that there is a lesson there that is needed to be learned. That's why it's going backwards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you are. Hey, sis, you are correct on that. As you just elaborated about the retrograde, is to have a self-reflection to look at what
Mm-hmm.
needs to be taken care of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And these
Yeah.
astrologers are unconsciously influencing other people to have those experiences as they are having those experiences. So it's a very
Exactly.
unseen agenda going on that these people are not even aware of, the fact that they're doing these things and they're perpetuating. It's a lot of karma with that. Even if you're unconscious, there's no excuse. It's a very, you're not going to be rewarded in that. I mean, and the people who are intentionally doing that, they're milking the benefits of those aspects of that planet. Like Saturn is the material, and the elite, the ones that are doing those blood sacrifices and all that stuff. And I don't want to get into it too much on this talk, but it's very deep and dark. But because
But I
they're
have to wonder,
respecting, hmm?
sorry, sweetheart, I have to wonder if it has anything to do with the fact that Saturn was a sun
Mm-hmm.
and it fell.
Yeah.
It fell from its grace. So obviously, if it fell, there must have been a time when Earth was in total darkness.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering if that energy that we presented to Saturn has come from that experience of Saturn.
Yeah.
And the misunderstanding from Saturn.
Exactly. Because to be fair, that isn't Saturn's energy.
Mm-mm.
That's the course of its life, but that isn't its original energy.
No, not at all.
And
I feel like
to be fair, I don't think people realise that they are saying these things. I don't think that they realise that they're planting seeds for other people to have
that's
that
what I was talking
experience.
about with
I don't
the
think they're
karma.
doing it on purpose.
Yeah,
I think it's
that's what I'm
just
saying.
something. It's as if one person has said it and it's fit, and then somebody else has said it, and we've just, what is it? The sheep following the shepherd.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And especially for people who are very, very new to this stuff, and it's already setting that tone, and it's not something that, it's not a great experience to have, because when I first became into astrology, that was the first thing people talked about. They're malefics, they're this, they're that, But, again, there was a lot of them that were honest and said, he's father time, he's restriction, he's going to make sure you cross your T's and dot your I's type thing.
Basically
And it's
giving
funny.
us.
Carry on, hon.
Oh no, it's okay. It's okay. Go ahead.
What I was going to say, it's funny that Saturn actually completes its cycle in your chart every 30 years. So from that alone, it's
Mm-hmm.
showing you that there is a level of maturity that is asking us to acquire within this cycle.
Yep.
I think it's really quite interesting, and I think if we change our perception of Saturn, of how we of how we've been taught, more so in how we experience, I think that our experience will change as well.
Extremely. Imagine if you
Yes.
started paying respects to Saturn and paying respects to these planets,
Seriously,
how fast your life would change.
seriously, I reckon it would be profound.
Yeah.
And I also think that 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 energy of Satan would actually be diminished on the earth because there is no Satan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There.
Satan is a manufactured concept of our lack of not wanting to address the darkness within ourselves. So we've said that there is somebody else that's doing this
It,
to us. No,
you
it
took
isn't.
the
It's
words out of my
us.
mouth.
Yeah.
Literally,
Exactly.
we don't want to face that in yourself, so we took it and we projected out to this entity, and now we're giving this entity some power and
We've actually
Manifestation.
energy.
created a life force. We've
Yeah.
actually created, Satan is actually a life force because we all collectively believe that he exists, which means that he's now here.
Yes, because we chose to, because we don't want to face it in ourselves. We're always going to put things outside of ourselves. Let's blame everybody. It's their problem. It's their fault. They're doing this, they're doing that, and they are literally talking about themselves.
Yeah, like one thing, cause I stay in constant thought, like learning, studying about the ether modalities, like earth, fire, air, and water is another modality for the ether, but one thing I came to understand is that before the ether came, Satan or that entity, the trickster, like us Native Americans, we refer to the coyote as the trickster, who's the teacher who teaches us lessons that we need to be taught. You know what I mean? But Satan doesn't know itself before the ether realm. It only knows itself as the ether, as the light. So it is the darkness is that brought the light. You know what I mean? And one thing that's crazy how they say, oh, Satan's the serpent, or Satan's this and Satan's that, or the female deity is the serpent, or that's Satan, whatever. That's all the perversion that the true negative one is. Because not one. If you look at every earth-based religion, the Native Americans, the Druids, the Wiccans, the people who study Odinism, the Eye of Odin is the medicine wheel to the Native American people. But not one does the feminine aspect ever say anything bad about the male aspect. But it's always the male that's always putting the female down.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Bible, for example.
It was
It,
Edom who ate from the tree of knowledge. It was Edom, the reason why we're all in this mess.
Yeah, and what's crazy because like if you go back to the beginning of the word was God and the word is with God. You have your Alpha and the Omega, the Ouroboros, the circle of life, that right there. So by God saying, "Do not eat from the tree in the midst of the garden," our brain is our garden and the pineal gland is that tree. From the beginning, we didn't even need to eat from that tree. It was just a trick because, that demigod who created this world and we're that image in its likeness. So really Satan does rule the world. We can understand that. But how do I say it? We didn't need to really eat from the tree because if we were already made in that likeness, we already came with that knowledge and that wisdom. We didn't need to eat from that tree, so we were tricked. But it was the serpent who told the truth. We ain't gonna die. You know what I mean? If you look at it from that aspect.
I think it depends on how you interpret the eating of the tree.
Just like I said it yesterday in the book, the hidden book, about how they tricked us to eat from the tree just to become in this chaos so we can evolve. It's all
The Bible. When you guys are reading the Bible, do you recognize it to be? Do you take it to be word for word, or how are you looking at this? Because I look at them. I look at the Bible as being an analogy.
Yeah.
I would like.
Yeah, I don't read it and see as how it's being said in that fact. So for me, when the Bible talks about Eve taking the apple from the tree, to me that's talking about that she's now descending to the earth. The apple represents earth.
I would like to talk about Adam and Eve. Really, Adam and Eve. We must understand that it is an allegory, and there is a moral, a concept, a moral to get out of this, and it's a very beautiful one if you can look at it that way. But see, Eve ate the apple from the tree. It's not necessarily her fault, as well as Adam being the father figure was supposed to say, Eve, you should not do that. Not right now. It's not a good idea. But he did not. He gave in with Eve to then devour the apple or the fruit of the tree of life or whatever, right? So you have to understand that these people, the Adam and Eve's theory or concept or allegory, they were put in a position from God giving them instructions saying you can eat everything but not this one. And God did not say why you can't eat this one. He just said you cannot. And then here came the serpent, came along. That's the third party. The third party is the serpent. He came along and said, hey, if you eat what God told you not to eat, you will know everything that has to do with bad and evil, or good and bad, or whatever, right? And you will become a god yourself if you do. So that's what they did.
I don't on that.
I think we've all got a different understanding to this Adam and Eve story because, as far as I'm concerned, Adam and Eve were not the first mankind on Earth.
No,
yeah,
they were not.
They weren't.
And the Eve that they refer to is a hybrid. Eve is a hybrid that was manufactured from the desires of Adam.
Mm-hmm.
So when he asked the Lord, it's very clear in the Bible what he said. He asked the Lord for a helper.
Mm-hmm.
A helper. He didn't ask the Lord for an equal to himself.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So Eve is is a manufactured. She was manufactured from the desires of Adam. Now you have Lilith, who was the first
Lilith.
woman,
Mm-hmm.
and she refused to be intimate with Adam because Adam said that she must go beneath him, under him, and she said no
Mm-hmm.
because she recognized that man and woman are equal. Adam did not recognize this.
That's a beautiful way to look at it. Absolutely.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That
Yeah. No, there are. We're talking when we're talking about the book in the Bible talking about Genesis and how man was created. We need to understand that we're talking about a hybrid species here. We're not talking about the original blueprint of the divine creator. No.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Adam and Eve is a perfect representation to our natural instincts, our morality, the instincts of our morality. As you can see it in kids. You can see it in kids when the little brother, gets in trouble with his sister or something like that. The kid's like, no, she did it, he did it. That comes back down to the Adam and Eve. When God approached Adam and said, well, did you eat from the fruit of the tree of wisdom or life or whatever, Adam was like, no, she did it, right? That's the same. You see it in the kids. And
Mm-hmm.
as when I was a kid too, I was like that too. No, my sister did it. I didn't do it. So it's a perfect example.
Mm-hmm.
to speaking about hybrids and stuff like that, that's all good stuff. Like if you study the analogy of our brain, we have a
Mm-hmm.
reptilian brain that was first, and then it evolved into the mammalian brain, and then from that evolved to the thinking brain. You know, we're all hybrids. We all possess the thinking aspect of our brain, and we're mammalian and reptilian. You know, before we are born here, we are born of water, but also come from an egg before we come out the womb. You know, we have all these aspects. You know, we come from an egg, but then our egg forms into what we come to before we come out of the mother's womb. You know, we have all these aspects, so we are the hybrids. We have the thinking brain, and what it
Exactly.
stems what it
Mm-hmm.
stems down to in the beginning of the Garden of Eden, of the tree of knowledge, you know, the good and evil, all that analogy stuff, is just the understanding of being able to think for yourself. You know, the
Mm-hmm.
God of the Old Testament didn't want that for us, you know,
Yeah.
because he didn't want us to question his authority because we would know the truth, you know, and
That
like,
is deep.
and also too, trip out on this, you know, like the earth-based religion is all serpent worship from that goes back to 100 to 200,000 years ago, when the Bible only gives us a story of creation that only exists 600 years ago. I mean,
But
6,000 years ago. You know what I mean? If you look at what the serpent represents, it represents current. The Hermes staff, the caduceus, has a double current. I mean, the double serpent spiraling. If you look at magnetism, it shows us all the same thing. And then Michelangelo's famous paintings of God and man touching each other, and it makes a spark. But if you look at the whole shape of where God is at, it's the whole shape of the human brain. And the cloth where God's cloth is going down, that's the stem. That is the stem of the brain, and that's why the ancient Indians had the kundalini, the cobra serpent, because the body of the cobra was the spine, and the part where the cobra's head inflated out is the brain. It's all connected as one. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But do you know, it's funny that you should say that, because if you go back in history, the goddess Lilith, yeah, was also represented as the serpent. So
Mm-hmm.
when the Bible talks about the serpent in the garden that spoke, that was supposed to be goddess Lilith,
Mm-hmm.
The Mother Earth
because
goddess.
she was able to transform herself into in because she was the of the highest.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
the
So
serpent.
so
Yup, I agree with that. I totally agree with you, sister.
Yeah, the
Mm-hmm.
serpent is definitely. I look at it as a good thing. I look at it as a next step to self-discipline. Uh, that's definitely how I look at it. Another
Mm-hmm.
example I'd like to cover real quick about Adam and Eve is, tell a kid to not touch this. or don't go in this room. What is he gonna go do? He's gonna go
Good
in the room.
point.
He's gonna go experience it, right?
Yep.
So
Yep.
that's where that
That
comes
is
from.
so true.
The
That's
free
why the
will.
whole story, if you actually think about it, doesn't make any sense. The whole story of Adam and Eve, if you actually, from what you've just said there, actually does not make any sense, because that's actually, it's as if we're trying to lower the knowledge of the divine creator, that he did not, or she did not know that they were going to eat the apple from the tree. You understand? It doesn't actually make any sense. Just like as a mother, if you're in a room with a fire and a child, you know that the child is going to touch the fire, so you have to be around to watch and look at what's going on. Just like the divine creator, if it was so, said, if you do not eat the apple from the tree, knew they were going to eat the apple from the tree.
So that
Yeah.
was basically like a trick, knowing that we were already gonna do in the first place.
It's
You know, we
almost
were.
like it's almost like we were he, she, I don't even like to say he or she, because it's both. Everyone knows that.
Yes.
It's
Yes.
the omnipresent.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the omnipresent, almost like it wanted us to, so it told us don't.
Exactly. Yes.
I say
Reverse
it's the 4.
psychology.
I say it's the 4. It's God, the source. It's Adam. It's Eve, and it's the serpent. Without any of these 4s, all those 4s influenced each other to make this happen.
Hey,
Yeah.
you want to know something that's crazy too? Because I studied sacred geometry. You know, the how with our words. You know, with the Tower of Babel, and how God showed his fury against man and split their language, and everybody split up and went to where their language is according. So if we stem back all the way to the source of how the language was, because everybody spoke one language, you know, and they were getting somewhere with this. So with all this trickery and all the language and stuff, to find out where the truth goes, you know, one thing I learned is, like, you know how Maria, you know, the A in the end, they teach us that it's female, you know, and then Mario with the O, that's male, is totally the opposite. They played tricks on us with the words, because the A is really masculine and the O is really feminine. You know, if you look at sacred geometry, the O symbolizes female, as opposed to what a linear line would do as a male. You know what I mean? You know, with alchemy, it shows us that, in sacred geometry. So if you have the O and the O opposite with the self, it makes the Vesica Pisces, right? So get back to the Adam and Eve analogy. You know, when the great creator created Adam, you know, out of dust. Who is dust? Mother Earth, right? And then Adam's rib, how God said Adam is put to sleep, and then Eve came out from Adam's rib. But think of this. Adam's rib could be the bone, the phallus, and he raped Mother Deity. You know, Satan, Adam, you know, Mother Deity got raped, and then boom, that's where all life came from. And then how they say Eve is the serpent, the snake intertwining, that serpent could be the sperm. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. It's something I thought about. You know what I mean?
Because if you look into mythology in regards to the Greek goddesses and regards to the mythology of the planets, they speak a lot about the planets being raped by each other. The goddesses being raped by Zeus or by Apollo, or there's a lot of rape in mythology. So what you just said there rings a little bit of truth.
Yeah. Yeah, you know,
Because we said, as above, so below, everything that's happened on the earth has already happened in the spirit world. So if we're experiencing rape, if Mother Earth is experiencing rape right now, what form of rape is happening in the spirit world with the ethos?
yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. Yeah, it's crazy.
That's exactly why the source created systems, so those systems can create our reality. Smart, very smart.
I don't know why this has just came to me while we were talking about this, but because the stems so far back, I feel like, you know, we come from those those people, you could say, whatever, and when those energies wake up inside of you, those are going to be the people, because we all have to face the fact that this earth is being cleansed. A lot of people are going to be purified, and a lot of that is going to have to involve a lot of people dying.
Yeah, that's the only way for the good to come out of the bad.
It's purging. It's just how it goes. And once you understand death, you don't see it as like, oh my God, these people are dying. Like, it's not to say that this is like shouldn't be looked at as anything, but once you understand the reality, it's not something to be afraid of, because those energies are waking up inside of you, and those beings are back. Every single one of those beings are back. Yeah.
Yeah, as your point right there, you know how they teach us to be afraid of hell, right? That hell is at the center of the earth and all this fucking shit or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know
and
how
hell is hot. Hell is cold.
Yeah, hell is cold. You know, space is cold. That's cold. Out there. You know, like if you think of this way of thought, like the law of attraction is another half truth. We create our reality. Okay, so when I'm gonna use me for an example. If I die, I know I was a big fucking time sinner and all this crap. So I'm gonna put it in my mind that, oh shit, I'm gonna go to hell. Hence, I create that reality, and my spirit goes to fucking hell. You know what I'm saying? Hell don't exist.
I like to throw in the fact of what people dying and stuff, right? And incorporate that with the torus field, the field of energy of our thoughts and emotions and all that. If you simply assume, all you have to do is assume someone dying positively or peacefully, and the more people do that, that person is going to be more susceptible to die peacefully, just because a bunch of people are peacefully giving positive energy that death is not a painful thing. It could be a peaceful getaway.
Death is not even what it's deemed to be.
Can somebody mute their mic?
It is on an individual level. I think a person, if in their individual self, if they're at peace, of course they're going to go on with peace. But if a person is died through murder and is scorned, their spirit is not going to rest. That's why they stay here in this realm. They don't go nowhere because they don't know what happened.
Yeah.
We all have to remember Mayat. And we all have to remember that each of us has our soul weighed, our heart weighed on those scales. And this is not something you weigh your heart. You are going to be the judge of your life, your character, how you lived your life. And there is no lying in that realm. You cannot fool yourself in that lie, or in that transitional period when you have those when you weigh yourself and your life flashes before your eyes and stuff like that. This is something, because energy does not lie ever, and you are transparent. So whenever you see yourself for how you truly are, whether you were aware of it when you were quote unquote in the body alive, you are going to weigh yourself. So just keep that in mind.
I definitely, if I died a peaceful way and I had the opportunity to go somewhere else than Earth, I wouldn't do it, man. I would come back here. I love this world. I would come back here.
I want to ask you something, guys. Do you think that we reincarnate? We will reincarnate if the Earth goes to the fourth dimension, or the reincarnation is just gonna stop because we're gonna move from one dimension to the other, and the body's gonna change too?
I think that, sis, right there, the whole dimension of the earth shifting into another dimension and becoming higher beings, I think that is the trickery of the devil, because the way the Great Spirit made something, it's going to stay this way. You know, it's not going to change. The only thing that's going to change is our physical aspect into the spirit realm as we leave our body, which is our vessel. You know what I'm saying?
That doesn't make any sense, because there isn't an element that has one state. All of the elements have more than one state. So if the elements are able to shift and change, so are we.
How about this?
It's going to happen on a conscious level. It's not going to happen in a physical level. It's going to happen on a conscious reality.
But then the body has to catch up to that energy. So the body is going to change.
Die. Otherwise, it's going to die.
Yeah, I understand that, but the whole like look at CERN. The way how CERN is, they say they want to figure out what the God particle is. I think that's just a big old giant what you call it accelerator to create an artificial reality and make us think that, oh, this is the new fucking heaven or earth and stuff
Yeah,
when her.
but
Yeah, because
CERN,
they're
you can't equate CERN with the Earth ascension. They're two completely different things.
Yes, I agree with you, sis. But
The stuff that
these are things that we have to become aware of. Why did they create a big old giant freaking rocket? Either that's gonna shoot us out of orbit, or that is gonna create another illusion of what we think and perceive what could be reality. You
Yeah,
know?
but
that's the
this,
point. That's the point, though, my friend. It can only create if you take on that energy to pay attention. That's the whole point. They
That's the whole
listen.
point.
They
Energy
give us these
harvesting.
things in
yep.
order that we pay attention to it. Once we pay attention to it, we give it life. If you do
Exactly.
not
So
pay attention to
The
these
thing is with
things, then it
CERN,
cannot
it's funny
manifest.
because I was.
I agree with you
Oh
on
yeah.
that, sis.
Mhm. The
I'd like
thing.
to bring up a couple of things. One, I don't think nature. I don't think we can mess around with the orbits at all with nature. The only thing we could do is probably fuck with our ecosystem and unbalance it. But nature's powerful. It's gonna wipe us out if we keep doing this, and nature's just gonna redevelop and go back to its natural state. Plus, I do believe that all knowledge, all power, everything you can possibly imagine, all magic, already exists. It's
Mhm.
already there, and it's
Yeah,
all
there's
about
nothing new under the
it's
sun, brother.
it's all about tapping into it, and there are methods to
Mhm.
tap into it. You have to be clear. You have to cleanse yourself. It's all about the biology of the body, the vagus nerves, the pingala, the pons, the whole spinal fluid thing, and the process of doing that in your body. It's about all that will help you tap into that magic.
You
Yup,
know
and
what?
there's more
I
than
think it's
one way to tap into it.
there is
One
nothing new
second. Hey
under the.
guys, 1 second. Melanie, please continue.
Sorry. I don't think there is
Go ahead.
anything new under the sun, but I also don't think that we know everything about the earth in order to say that we cannot experience something new.
Mhm.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it
Yes.
does.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree.
Hmm. And I want to just say we have a lot of people on this call, so if we could just please respect each person's time that they are speaking instead of cutting each other off, because it's very important that we all listen to everything that somebody has to say. So if we can just limit the interruptions, that would be really awesome, because we want to be able to listen to this video whenever it's done, and want to be able to understand what everybody is saying. So I think it's very important that we respect each other for the time that that they have to talk. So I just wanted to let that be known, because there are
I,
9 or 10 people on this call.
can I make a
Sounds good.
suggestion then?
Of
Can we
course.
use the chat? So if somebody wants to speak after when someone's speaking, can they use the chat and then some of you say such and such speak so that we
Okay.
actually don't speak over each other? Would
I
that
like
help?
That's a great idea. So yeah, if you want to, yeah, because I'm not trying to dictate people's speaking, but it's very hard when we're all talking all over each other. So
Yeah, it's
just
good. It's good to organize.
yeah,
Good idea.
organization's good. Okay, great.
Good stuff.
And Ruthie said that's a great point. We don't know what can happen with our plane. This is very true, Ruthie. Absolutely. With that being said, I know somebody had something to say, and I think I had something to say, but I don't even remember now.
Yeah, I brain farted too.
Yeah. Oh, please, Tanya.
Tanya's got something to say.
Okay, speaking of CERN and all these things that Hector was saying about creating the artificial reality, well, don't you guys think that the one that we're living right now is an artificial reality? I believe that this is an illusion. It's just a test. So what else they were gonna create. I was more thinking that they're probably gonna create a dark matter or some black hole that is gonna be something like destructive to our planet rather than an artificial reality.
I completely agree.
Oh yeah, me too.
And
Me too.
Ruthie does as well, and Elaine says no and yes.
Okay, so if anybody wants to like, cause I'm done. If anybody wants to just give their whole opinion about that, I'm more glad to listen.
Well, Alan said he doesn't agree, so does
No,
he want
no,
to elaborate?
I do agree, but there's a no and a yes aspect in there too, right?
Hmm.
I I believe it's man, this is a hard one. This is a deep one, but I do believe that you can make it a reality of your own if you want to. If you like living that reality, then your wish is granted to live in that reality as well. But for it to be an illusion, it is too. I agree with it being an illusion.
Yeah, this realm, it could be an illusion in a sense because we do not know, or which we had forgotten what where we came from. You know, like where the ether resides and what it looks like and how it feels like, or our senses. You know, so the only thing we could say right here, based on our senses, is yeah, this is reality, and but understanding that this is not our true reality, not our true nature, where we come from somewhere else. You know, that's a way to better understand it. I don't know.
I'd like to re-give my opinion on that. Re-give my opinion on that. It's basically the reality that we live in is in a scale. It's in a scale. For example, a scale like the seven heavens above and the seven heavens below us, the seven realms above, basically, like this. I don't know if you guys can see, but basically we're in the middle, right here. I don't know if you can see that.
Yeah, we can see.
But this would be your scale of creation, that the cosmos made systems, and these systems created this whole huge scale of realms of the seven heavens above us and below us. So basically, we're living in the middle of it. So I don't know, that's just the way I can see it.
Do you know how I see? I look at it as our experience is what's going on inside of us. And because we have no clue of who we are, as Hector said, that we have many species of DNA within our being, and we have no clue of how to use them or how they function. So because we don't know who we are, our reality has been created from a state of sleep, the sleep of self.
Hmm.
Yeah, I agree with you, sis. That's a good term right there. Yeah.
Tanya wanted to say something, Melanie, about what you were after you. So go ahead, Tanya.
Okay, I'm gonna turn my camera on. I was just reading this book. I don't know if any of you guys have wrote it. It's called I'm That. This guy. I just want to just read something from the book because we're just talking about the realms and the worlds and everything like that. He says that it's in chapter 9. It's called the responses of the memory. So the person is asking this question. Some say some say that the universe was created, others say that it has always existed, it is forever undergoing transformations. Some say it is subject to eternal laws, others deny it. Some say the world is real and the other is being an illusion. So what he is saying, which world are you inquiring about? And then the girl, the world of my perception, of course. Then he says, the world you can perceive is a very small world indeed, and it is entirely private. Take it to be a dream and be done with it. Then she says, how can I take it to be a dream and be done with it? He says, how long will you own little world lasts, how your own little world will last. Then she says, my little world is but a part of the total. Then he's explaining, is not the idea of the total world a part of personal world. The universe does not come to tell you that you're part of it. It is you who have intended totally to contain you as a part. In fact, all you know is your own private world. However, well, you have furnished it with all your imagination and expectation. Then she's asking, um, surely perception is not imagination. Is that what you're saying? Then he has explained, what else? Perception is recognition, isn't it not? Something entirely unfamiliar can be sensed but cannot be perceived. Perception involves memory. Then she says, granted, but memory does not make it illusion. Then he's explaining perception, imagination, expectation, anticipation, illusion are all based on memory. There are hardly any border lines between them. They just merge into another. All are responses of the memory. Then she asks, still, memory is there to prove the reality of my world. Then he says, how much do you remember? Try to write down from your memory what you did the last 30 days or the last 30 months. Then she says, yes, there is a blank gap of everything. He's explaining, it's not so bad. You do remember a lot. Unconscious memory makes the world in which you live familiar. Then she's asking the important question, in which world do you live in? Because he claims to be really in a high consciousness, so she's asking him what world he's living. So he says, my world is just like yours. I see, I hear, I feel, I think, I speak and act in a world I perceive just like you. But with you it is all. With me it's almost nothing. Knowing the world to be a part of myself, I paid no more attention than you paid to the food you have eaten yesterday. While being prepared and eaten, the food is separated from you and your mind is on it. Once swallowed, you no longer think about the food because it's totally unconscious of it. I have eaten up the world and I need not to think of it anymore. So she's asking, do you become completely irresponsible then? He's saying, how could I be irresponsible? How can I hurt something which I know it's part of me? On the contrary, without thinking of the world, whatever I do will be of benefit to it, just as the body sets itself right unconsciously. So am I active in the I'm active in the world. So she's asking, nevertheless you're aware of the world. What's going on? It's like suffering everywhere. And he says, of course I'm aware there's suffering everywhere, just like you are. But he says that all those sufferings are man-made, and it is within man's power to put an end on them. God helps by facing man with the results of his own intentions and demanding that the balance should be restored. Karma is the law that works for setting things right. It is the healing hand of God. So I just read this to you guys, and you can give your opinions now.
Yeah, Melody wanted to.
What's your opinion, Tanya?
My opinion, like I'm still at the beginning of the book, but my own opinion of what he's saying is like, yeah, sometimes I do feel that I'm living in my own world because we create our own world, right? We have different visions, we imagine stuff, we attract stuff, which means that we are co-creating our own inhabitant. And the difference is we all live together, but at the same time we're like separate from, like every word is like separate. Everybody's like we're living in our own bubble. But once we live the consciousness, it's like the veil, it's lifting, that we're all one and we're all interconnected. Then it becomes clear to me that it's not only my own personal world, but it's everybody's, and everybody's feeling are affecting me, and everything is like just connected.
Oh yeah. I understand where you're getting to, sis. Like we are all connected to this one consciousness, experiencing it at a subjective, individual level.
Yes.
That's
But
a
I
good book.
but I think what the man was trying to say is that we live on a paradigm of separation,
Yeah.
and in his reality, how he's been able to function on a higher plane is recognizing that there is nothing within this reality that is separate from him.
Exactly.
That's what
Yes.
he was talking about in
Yeah.
regards
Every
to
the
being able to
animals.
feel other people. So what he's basically saying is that whatever experience that he's had external to himself, he's recognized that he's been shown something that is happening within him first and foremost.
One second, Tanya, can you put your headphones in because we're kind of getting a tiny bit of feedback from you.
Oh, hold on.
No, you're fine. Maybe it was just for that moment in time. Now it's not there. So I don't know. Just keep them with you, or yeah, whatever. Okay. But my own take on that is very interesting because my experience I had back in November, it was so profound, and I had realized like everything that he was talking about in that book came to life for me, and it was like I woke. I won't even say I woke up because I was always here. The dimensions that these people talk about are here. They have there. You don't have to go anywhere. These dimensions, these realities are here. The level of thinking, the paradigm, it's all here. It's always been here. It's whether you're sensitive enough, or so you can pick up on the subtle energies. So it really kind of relates to that book to
Yes.
every way.
That makes a lot of sense as well, in the fact that when he was talking about that he was recognizing himself in other people's behavior or in his experience, he was also recognizing. Do you remember the first thing that he said is, which world do you live in?
Exactly.
Yeah?
Yes,
So there are
exactly.
a
The world of
multitude,
things happening to you, or just a
there are a,
subjective, like this is what's happening.
no, from what I was understanding, he was saying that we are in a multitude of worlds. We see this one world in a three dimension in its solidity, but we are in other worlds of frequency. And because he understands all of those worlds and all of those dimensions and understands how they interact with this reality, it no longer impacts him because
Yes.
he dwells in all of the worlds that exist within this reality, within this form of being human.
Yes, I completely
If
agree
that
with you.
makes
Thank
sense.
you. I think Elaine wanted to add to something, but I don't know when he posted that. So Elaine, go ahead. That was perfect,
Yes, I
Melody.
would
I just
like
wanted
to
to say.
add indigo, violet, whatever, blue. Okay, all right. Let me just go back here. Okay, as you see, I hope you guys can you read the letters correctly because I see them backwards.
No, we can see.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I didn't have the chance to finish, but basically, I would like to continue understanding what the book is saying, and um, it's versus unity, right? And how what I believe is that division is giving us multitudes of powers, right? So when you have one source, which is white light, right, and it shines into a prism, out comes your 7 colors of the rainbow, right?
Mhm.
And you'll notice that in order, you'll see a gradational change of segments, degrees, that slowly changes into another color. Now that is representing to us that they all correlate with each other and comes from one source, which is light, white light. Now, what I see and understand as I day per day as I live in this world is that when we divide things and give it its own independence, like the color yellow or red, it seems to develop its own personality and its own power, just like the planets. All the different planets, they all have their own personality, they all have their own power. And this is what the beauty of creation is dividing things so they can develop their own creativity and their own power. And then when we come back to one, we came back with a multitude of beautiness and divine powers and personality.
Yeah,
So that's how I
Wow.
see it.
for sure. Because we are all aspects of the divine creator wanting to experience many possibilities. And each of us have our own experience. And then as we go back to the creator, there is a knowledge, a wealth that is had of what can be in this third dimension. And I think how I'm understanding it is that the whole point of this was to see if the love that we're born in with, could actually take us home.
Mm.
Because the reality is all that we have is love. That's our gift, our inherent gift that all of us have. So that love connects us to the oneness of the divine source, and that's what's taken us home.
Yeah, sis, I agree with you. Yeah, it's I think the kind of love is not the kind of love like a male and female together
Oh
become
no,
as
no,
one, you
no,
know.
no.
It's the mother and child unconditional type love, you
Mm-hmm.
know. That I think that
Goes
kind.
even deeper than It goes even deeper than that, because remember, we are soul of the soul.
Yeah.
So so when we're talking about the love of self, we're not just talking about the love of ourself. We're talking about the divine creator self within us as well. This love goes, we can't even explain what this type of love is because we don't know it on this earth realm.
I would like to add about this love that we use that's been putrefied and contaminated in the years. I believe that we are here to remedicate it.
No way.
What?
So cute.
Oh.
It looks like a raccoon.
Oh my cat.
Oh my gosh. Oh,
That
Are
was the
we,
noise of the cat was scratching all over the bed when you guys probably couldn't hear me. I was reading the book.
wow.
It looks like a raccoon.
are we still live?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boom.
So you have the floor. You have anything you want to say?
Yeah, I mean,
Individuality was the golden age. What does that does anybody know what that means?
Can you repeat the question? You kind of broke up for me.
When when Elaine was talking about the colors of the spectrum, the rainbow, it reminded me of when Santos was reading out of the Light of Egypt, and he was going through the ages and the golden age when everything was evolved. He specified. I distinctly remember him saying something. I don't know if the word was individuality, but it was. He was saying that everyone's individuality, that's what made everything so beautiful. And I asked if anybody remembers that.
Absolutely, that's a big yes right there.
Mel, what did you have to say about that? Because I know you said wow, so I want you to kind of elaborate on that.
Um, Um, I, I don't actually understand how that would work because for me, the age of Pisces was individuality. That's what we're actually coming away from. So I don't know because I feel like individuality is separation. So we're actually we're trying to move out of that state of separation. So I don't know. I'm not sure about that.
That's exactly why I was wondering if anybody remembered, because I when he read that to us, I was almost like confused. I felt just like that, like aren't we moving away from that? So, but
Yeah.
when Elaine was explaining the color thing, it kind of made me think of that.
Elaine has something to say, and I do as well.
Yeah, I would like to explain. Wait, Leo. Okay, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, and then Virgo, I do believe. And then you
Mm-hmm.
have Libra,
Libra.
the scales. And then you
Sag.
have Scorpio.
Oh yeah, sorry, Scorpio.
And then you have the
Sag.
Sagittarius. Sag, we'll just put Sag. And then you have Capricorn. And
Mhm.
then you have Aquarius. And good old Pisces, me.
Mhm.
Okay. Now, I would like to add to the fact that these are like these are themes, right?
Hmm.
They're themes. They can just because we're exiting out of Pisces in the I believe and we're entering into Aries, the I know, right? It
No,
does
we're
not
entering into Aquarius, which is
we're
I
entering
know.
into Aquarius, which is I know. Okay, my bad,
It's okay.
right? It doesn't mean that we're leaving a negative aspect.
Mhm.
And it also does not mean that we're leaving a positive one too, but they are
Mhm.
also both incorporated. These are just themes that we are living under.
Mhm.
So in Pisces, we had a lot of positivity going on in Pisces. And we also had negative influence going on in Pisces as well. So it's not necessarily a bad thing that we're leaving Pisces.
No, it's not. It's not a bad thing. It's just the natural cycle of life. But what I was trying to say
Mhm.
was is that Pisces gave us a particular way of experiencing. Yeah,
Yeah.
each
Mhm.
sign gives us a
Mhm.
particular way of experiencing on Earth. So that that individuality, for example, religion became very separated. We started with one form of religion, and now we've got thousands in the era of Pisces. So for me, Pisces was about individualism, separation. I may be
But
wrong.
this individuality and separatism could also be we could have been experiencing that in a different zodiac sign as well.
Mhm.
But although Pisces each zodiac sign influences a power to that. So for example,
Yeah.
the individuality and the separatism could be more influenced in Pisces than Sagittarius, or can be more influenced in Leo than Pisces. But you have to study up and learn the zodiac sign to understand which one is more influential.
For
But
sure,
I,
for
Mhm.
sure,
because
definitely.
we are cycling through the zodiac signs. Next time come back to Pisces in like 2,000 years from now, right? We're gonna have all this information we learned. So we're gonna be different. We're gonna having difference in experiencing Pisces next time we go into Pisces. We're gonna have a different experience, and we're gonna bring everything that we learned with us.
Yeah. Actually, I have something to say on that. That's a perfect time to jump in.
Please do.
Can you guys hear me well?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
Yeah. If we're gonna be using the analogy, of course, as above, so below. You take just the traveling through the signs, the sun traveling through the signs in the year, and just the feeling of summer being high. and then when we're in Capricorn being low, we almost feel like a death, right, during the winter, during hell. And then we go back to heaven during the summer. We get up, vitality's up, and then we go back into the feminine hell again with that vitality that we've gained from before. Even though we're low again, we're not as low as the last time. And then, of course, we go back through that cycle again, right?
Why do you call the darkness feminine hell?
Just from analogy. It's not actually hell.
Right. It's just it has to have that polarity. There always has to be
polarity.
yin and
Yeah.
yang, but it is one.
I'd like to add real quick a great metaphor for the polarity. I think it's to experience fun and pleasure. It's like a roller coaster. When you go up, you're like, oh my god, this is going to be great. And then when you go down, it's like a rush. It's like, yeah, awesome. And then you go up, oh my god, it's going to happen again.
You know, I see it different from that. I see as the sun at its peak is us having our experiences in just like the daytime when we experience because we're awake and we're active. That's the peak of the sun. When the sun is dormant, to me that is the time of the moon, the darkness, the time of reflection. So I use the light and the darkness as I see it the same as the energies of the sun and the moon, because we are the sun, and then our emotions are the moon, which is in the darkness. So the darkness and the light are very. Am I making sense here?
Yes, continue.
Keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah, just that when the sun peaks, that is us in the peak of our experience, the peak of our life. You know, enjoying life and gaining knowledge and strong and active. And then when we are in the darker realms or the night time, then that is more about reflecting on what you experienced when your sun was at its peak, reflecting that experience that you've had on
reflection.
Earth, so that you're so that you're able to cleanse and transmute some of those things that you experienced in the day in your sunlight needs to now be addressed, alleviated, and transmuted in the darkness.
It's just like when I go outside and I go to work.
Why are you smiling, Summer, like that?
Oh, nothing. Nothing. It was oh, it was something unrelated. It was a message, but
Okay.
I wanted to just say before. Okay, Elaine, go ahead and continue. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Elaine.
I just wanted. I saw a metaphor in what she was saying about how we reflect in the dark and all that. It's a different polarity of knowledge, and then when the sun is out, and I seem to connect this metaphor with how I go to play a 2-hour hockey game, and I'm playing hockey and I'm making all these moves and stuff, and then after the game I sit at home and I revise what I did, and
Exactly.
and I'm like, okay, yeah.
Yes. And you see where you could have done better.
That's what winter is.
Exactly. And you learn.
Thank you for bringing that up, Elaine and Melanie.
Brilliant.
Because that is winter. Winter is not the bad, it's not hell, it's reflection. I reflected so much this winter, like, oh my god, like, I don't know about y'all, but this is very intense.
If you think about it, the trees lose their leaves in the winter because it's a time of cleansing. It's a time to let go of the old and allow the new to be born for the next season. So nature actually shows us what these seasons, what these times of the year are all about.
Yeah, because that's what the trees are doing. They're just reflecting. They keep all that water in, and that's what bears do. They go in hibernation. You know. All of the animals. So,
This is winter now.
yeah, it is.
Isn't it flipping freezing?
It is. I'm in Florida and it's
It is
still cold. It's
cold,
bipolar as shit here, but
and it's quite an emotional time too because it gives you time to be with yourself and
face
feel
yourself.
exactly. Do you know what I mean? And
Hmm.
and get ready for the new peak of the sun.
Hmm. Because whenever spring comes around, that's when people's true colors come out because that's whenever everything starts to peak again. So that's whenever you have that winter time to really reflect and realize like things about yourself and to go through those tests and those struggles
Somebody needs
within
to mute
yourself.
their mic. You can hear a load of background
Elaine.
noise
Oh, my
somewhere.
bad. I forgot. Yeah.
No, my
Yeah,
mic is. I have a
Elaine.
headphone, so
I
you
don't know
won't
if you want to just get
hear my
just.
environment.
Oh, we can't even hear Elaine at this point. Okay. Oh no,
I'm
it's
in
all good.
public, so that's me. Sorry.
Oh, okay. No, it's all good. I thought it was Elaine because
Oh,
it kept
yes.
shifting to
No,
his
because
picture. No, you're good.
I couldn't actually hear what Summer was saying because of the noise. Do you want to repeat what you said, Summer? Because I couldn't hear you, please.
Yeah, of course. I was just saying that, in the winter when we do the reflection, we're preparing for spring because that's whenever people's true colors come out because that's when everything is being shined. All the sun is shining on what you are. So the winter time is a very vital time for you to kind of like um no, I wouldn't say fix, but to address things that you need to address so the unconscious doesn't become it doesn't stay in the dark and isn't
Overloaded.
unconscious for
Yeah,
you.
yeah. And when you think
So
about it,
because a lot of people's true colors and true nature come out and what is obvious to other people may not be obvious to yourself. So for the people who don't reflect and choose to ignore and run from themselves, it's just going to perpetuate another cycle. You really don't want to start spring or you don't want to ignore winter time or that reflection time or retrograde
some,
time.
something just came to me. Like Santos, when he talks about the sun moving into the six lower realms, that he talks about it going into a fall,
Mm-hmm.
and the sun is actually supposed to represent us. So it's as if through the winter periods we actually go through a level of a death and
Yeah.
we're actually reborn. It's funny, because I feel like this actually goes together with the Bible of what they're talking about in regard
Yeah.
to the Jesus dies, the Son, and he's resurrected.
Yes. We are resurrected. We die and are born again in the winter time. And that's
Right, but if you
whenever,
think about it, it's not just in the winter time. Then that means that we die within the 24-hour clock. As the sun
yes,
goes down at night, we die also every day.
every
So we're
day.
constantly going through a cycle, and
Every day who
that's
I was
really
3 years
funny
ago.
because if you think about it, then the sun goes through all of the zodiac signs. Does the sun go through all of the zodiac signs throughout the day?
Yes.
I know the
Okay.
clock.
So if that's the case, then that makes sense because it has to go through Scorpio, the death and the rebirth. So if you think about it, throughout the 24-hour cycle and throughout the 12 months in the year, no, throughout the 12 months in the year, we're constantly going through a death rebirth, constantly.
Yes.
Yeah, our body. I was listening to a lot of what's their name there? One of our YouTube channels about talking about the body and the cells and all that stuff. And the body is always regenerating itself, and it's like the liver takes so much months to regenerate a liver if you give it the right food, of course. And
That's
same with the
right.
body and the blood and all that stuff. The body's it's always giving you an opportunity to grow a new you.
Do you know what? I think the more that we actually understand this, is the more that we're going to. It just feels like it feels like it's funny. I've got Saturn in my first house at the moment. Yeah, and it feels like I am being shown death, but not death in the way that we understand it. Death in a way of everything must go through a death process in order to come back anew and more evolved, just as the trees do, just as we do. So, um, yeah, I don't know where that just came from. Sorry.
No, that's so spot on. We should all figure out where Saturn is as in our charts at the moment, not in natally, but where it's transiting in our chart. Right, Melanie? That's how you did it?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
I got a good one
bang
coming
in
up.
my
You
first
do?
house at the moment.
Because Saturn is in Libra?
Eh, No,
Yeah,
it's
Sagittarius.
yeah,
Sag.
Sagittarius. It's
Yeah, and it's about to go retrograde any minute now in this month sometime.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
Oh,
And
shit.
also, if anybody has that Jupiter Saturn square, that's going to be, well, I mean, that's in my birth chart. And
Really? Oh,
plus,
yeah, that's right.
Jupiter and Saturn are retrograde now, and Saturn was retrograde in my birth chart too. And it happened last time in the summer, and massive, massive shifts came. So
A lot of us are about to experience that because I've looked at a lot of y'all's chart and a lot of us have Saturn retrograde. So this is going to be very powerful for us. I
Yeah.
really hope
Has
everybody takes advantage of
has anyone
this
got a
energy.
Saturn return? No.
Let me check real quick here.
So Saturn is in Sag.
Yeah. I'm going to be there for the next 2 years.
So he's transiting. So he's going to retrograde in Sag as well?
Yes, and he's going to go back to Scorpio.
Wow.
So that's going to be some deep shit, people.
Oh
I'm
my
a stellium
God.
in Scorpio.
Okay, sorry, what was that? Saturn's going into Scorpio?
Yep.
Oh, that's lovely. The stinger.
Yeah. All right, that's going to
And the thing
be a
is-
full house for me. I have a stellium in Scorpio.
Wow.
That's my 8th house. Holy shit. Oh my god. Whew. Okay.
Actually, to be fair, it would be very interesting to know where everyone's Saturn is at the moment, because the energy
Yeah.
that how it impacts you at the moment, so that you can I don't know,
Yeah. I hope
get a
everybody has
greater
their chart
insight.
handy.
Where's your Saturn, Greg? What house is it in for you?
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, it's in Aries, retrograde.
No,
My
not on your chart. Not on your chart.
my house
As
currently,
in,
Aries
yeah,
would
as in the
be,
here and now.
okay, sorry, one sec.
So Mel, wouldn't we be looking for Sagittarius in our
Oh,
chart?
yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so
Where the
yeah, Saturn is in
Sagittarius
my
is.
9th house right now. Saturn is in my 9th house. Okay.
And you know that's amazing, because Saturn is also about the occult, about mysticism. So it works.
Yeah.
It can work okay with Sagittarius, because Sagittarius is also about the occult, religion and learning and all that kind of stuff.
Wow.
Yeah, it's in the 11th house because
Wow.
Aquarius rising.
Your 11th house.
Yep.
Oh,
So,
Summer, what's
okay.
the 11th house again? I can't remember.
11th
Is that
house
10?
is ruled by Aquarius. That's humanitarian. That's like your public affairs. That's your groups, your everything to do with your social. Very social. It's the humanity house, pretty much.
Oh yeah,
See,
Greg. Yeah, you'll be really good at analyzing. Saturn represents death, right? So you'll be really good at analyzing the confusion and the illusions and the delusions of death and all that stuff, for sure.
I wouldn't
Being in the
say that
11th house.
Saturn
Saturn doesn't
represents
represent
death.
death.
We can call it
Saturn doesn't
analogous to
represent
death.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We can
analogy.
call it analogous.
Saturn
Analogous.
doesn't. Yeah.
Analogous
When we
to
when we
death.
when we say these things, like when I call winter hell, and when I say Saturn's, or when Elaine says Saturn's death, all analogy,
Yeah,
all
yeah.
syncretism, all
But
syncretism.
what does that mean then? Because when you say death, to me, that
But
means
still,
death.
yeah, I don't think it.
I have an explanation to what that means.
Hold on, let Melanie finish. Let Melanie
Sure.
finish.
No,
One
no,
second.
I'm cool. I just don't. For me, the word death is very clear. Death,
It's
something
not.
that,
It's not just the. It's not just the fact of dying. It's the fear as well. It's the fear of death. So for example, I know what is healthy, and I'm trying to help people, with their bad habits. Unfortunately, I'm going to have a fear that they're going to come around and hate me for doing so, just like Jesus is trying to do. When Jesus was trying to preach the right way, well, he had the fear of everybody against him. And so
He
that
didn't
is
fear.
Saturn. That is no, he felt the fear, but he knew how to control it. He knew how to meditate with it. He knew how to, but so that is what Saturn represents. It's the effect.
I
So that
think that's
agree.
explains.
more. I think that's more to do with how you perceive Saturn,
Oh, I
because
know what
Saturn,
Saturn is. I know what Saturn
Saturn,
is. I feel it. Saturn is in my fourth house, and that's about feeling. I feel Saturn very potently, and when summer comes around, I'm gonna feel it a lot more.
Right.
My thing is, I hear what you guys are saying 100%, but I just don't agree that Saturn even represents death in any of that way. It's restriction, it's limitation. That's not death to me.
yeah,
Pluto represents death.
yeah,
Okay, Saturn is
transformation. Something
restriction.
has to
That's
go in order for the
yeah,
new to
that's your
come in. Yeah,
strict nature.
yeah.
Yeah, that's not death at all to
Yeah.
me.
Wait. Sorry. Oh no. When you're done. When you're
No,
done.
go ahead. Go ahead. I'm done.
Yeah, because Saturn is like he's the guy who does the deeds that nobody else wants to do, which is why they call him Satan, and he's also binding, limiting, and obstacle. He's the guy that everybody likes to hate because he's that guy who does the deeds that nobody else wants to do, and because he's also the timing and the limiter and the binder. That's why we can call him
Yeah,
analogous to death. But we can go on. We
but
can
he's
go on.
also the one that, but he's also the one that teaches you structure. Is in all of those things that
Exactly.
you
Yep.
just said,
Yep.
he gives you a level of maturity. So,
Exactly. Yeah.
uh, uh,
Yeah, I think Greg. Is that your name? Greg? Yeah, I think. Yeah, you got a spot on, man. About Saturn.
Go ahead, Mel.
um, I, I, I don't agree. I no, sorry, it's not that I don't agree. I agree with what you're saying, from a perspective of all the lessons that he brings to you. But I think what you're not adding onto the end of all those lessons is that by the time he's finished being in your house, there is a level of maturity that's going to last you for the next 30 years. That's the whole point of Saturn. And if you
Yeah.
don't add that on at the end, it sounds as if it the whole experience of dealing with Saturn sounds quite traumatic if you don't add that bit on at the end.
And was that not the whole point of this conversation? I think I think we all have the same idea, and we're just all seeing it from different perspectives. because the whole point of this conversation was the death in winter, in hell, and then we come back, and that's exactly what you just said with Saturn. So I think you did tie it up right there, Mel. I think that was the nail on the head.
Yeah, it's not necessarily Saturn. What we're talking about Saturn, it seems so dark and it seems so like there's no light in it, but which there's such a beautiful effect that comes out of this for sure.
Hey guys, my what is it? Sagittarius is in my 5th house. Would that mean that my Saturn is going through my 5th house?
Yeah.
Okay.
And however that feels to you, if that doesn't feel comfortable to you in how Saturn is moving through your 5th house, remember that if you change your perception of Saturn, then it will change your experience of Saturn.
Absolutely.
So if you're feeling that right now Saturn is a malefic and it's causing you some serious pain, then have a look at how you're looking at it.
Yeah, no, I
Because
understand. I think it's a blessing right now, actually. Because
seriously, because right now it's in my 1st house and I'm loving it.
yeah, it's making me
Don't get me wrong, it's
yeah.
not easy because you've got a taskmaster behind you pushing. But I also understand the energy of Saturn of why he's pushing or she's pushing like that is for my highest good. So I think because I'm seeing it like that, I'm experiencing it like that.
I agree.
That's beautiful, Mel. Can I hear all your guys' thoughts on what Saturn is doing in the house that it's in your natal chart right now? I want to hear
Yeah,
kind of what all you guys are experiencing.
that'd be cool.
Can I go? Can I have a go on that?
Go ahead.
Sure.
Alright, great. Saturn, good old Saturn, okay? He's in my 4th house at my natal chart. So this means
Wait a minute. Is he transiting your 4th house, or is he actually in the 4th house?
He's in the 4th house.
Where is Sagittarius in your birth chart? Do you know that?
Yep, I could just pop it up right now. Give me 2 seconds.
Because that's where he's transiting right now.
Yeah,
Okay, where is Sagittarius? Sagittarius is in my 2nd house.
Wow.
Okay, so the effect that I have about this is that I feel it. I have a very potent feeling of it. That's what the 4th house is, you feel. And so when, for example, my atoms would start shaking, fear would start shaking in my veins, and I'd have to learn how to harmonize with it and tell myself, it's okay, dude, it's a feeling, it's fine. If it happens, whatever, it's okay. So this is relating to, because Saturn, he's the guy who wants to go and make changes and do things that nobody wants to do. And that's what I am. That's what I do. I go to work and I say stuff at the right time and I learn from it. And I try to make the deepest changes that nobody would possibly try to do in public. And that's why I get so much feedback to me. I get feedback for the actions that I take and the decisions that I take in every moment that I take. So the feedback that I get is a really strong, fearful one. And it is the fear of my death. It's the fear that my community will try to kill me or try to eliminate me out of the life because I'm trying to bring light, and they don't see what light I'm trying to bring to them because they're ignorant to it. So I have to try to make them see this, and it's a really difficult thing to do, and that's what Saturn is doing, man. That's what Greg was saying about Saturn. He's doing the stuff that not many people will do. And so
but Saturn in your 4th house is asking you to look at your emotions. That's what Saturn is asking you to do.
And yep, and I've been feeling that. I've been listening to that.
So the fear the fear that's coming up for you is what Saturn is showing you needs to be addressed.
Yes, absolute. You're correct, and I've been paying attention to that and dealing with it.
Hmm.
So that's
And
that's my natal chart.
it's
Okay.
not easy, hon. So I hear ya, and
Yeah,
it's not
but I
easy.
can make it easy. I can make it easy. You
True,
can make it
true.
easy.
So true, true.
All right, Greg,
Beautiful,
you
Elaine.
go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so like I said, it's reverse. So all the negative effects it has when it goes retrograde from the birth charts that I've done, it reverses it. So I have it in my second house. So that would be the I have, so my possessions and my wealth, right?
Yeah.
Um, can you guys hear me with the background noise?
Um,
Yes.
so it's transiting your second house. Is that what you're
No, no,
saying?
natally, it's in my
Somebody
second
needs,
house. So that's,
Natally, it's in your second house.
yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, my
somebody needs to
personality.
mute their mic. Somebody's in the kitchen.
Sorry, that was me. I'm gonna mute my mic.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
Right.
you. Go ahead, Greg.
Thanks, Elaine. And now it's transiting my 11th house in Sagittarius, and that's friendships, hopes, and wishes. So I think this has lots to do with um, I don't know. It's hard to put it into words. I've never actually tried, but it's like hopes. That's the hopes and wishes house. So like everything that I've wanted to manifest my whole life is manifesting now. So all the financial stuff that I do, and everything for my future, that's all happening right now, and it's coming true. It's not just an idea in my head. This whole transit is me actually doing and seeing everything happen in my life rather than just wishing it would. So it's the hopes and wishes.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
But isn't Saturn teach whatever your hopes and wishes are? Isn't Saturn sort of teaching you how to bring those into a reality through? It's like it's teaching you structure, discipline, maturity, so that when these wishes actually do come into play and do come into manifestation, there's a level of maturity that you will have so that you can handle it, if that makes sense.
no, that definitely makes sense, and I can see that happening in front of me. In fact, um, the whole natal Jupiter Saturn thing was so humbling this summer. It was a crazy transit. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, man, I
There you go.
felt it too, dude. It was definitely a roller coaster ride for
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah,
yeah, it was
same.
ridiculous. Yeah, it was insane.
Mhm. Okay, Mel. So you want to talk about a little bit more on your transiting Saturn? I mean, you have
Um,
spoken about it,
I
but
think I've spoken about it already, to be fair. A lot. It's in my first house, so how people see me is actually, I think how people see me is probably very much like the energy of Saturn at the moment. Restrictions, restrictions on my time, um, that type of energy. I think it's it's sort of giving me boundaries. It's teaching me how to have boundaries in regards to my own energy and how I put it out to other people. Um,
Mhm.
yeah, at the moment that's as far as we've got. But then remember, I'm at the end of Sagittarius on the 17th. Saturn hasn't actually got that far into Sagittarius yet. So
Mhm.
Santos always says that the planets the energies don't reach to their peak until it actually reaches to your birth date.
Yeah, yeah.
So because it's so far in the beginning of Sagittarius, I'm mindful of it and I can see its presence in my life. But as I said, at the moment for me, it doesn't feel that potent that I can't um Yeah, it's okay. It just feels like a teacher. That's what it feels like to me. I've got a teacher that's constantly present for the next 2 years.
So you're starting something new then. It's going to break something down, going to limit something else. You said it's in your own
Exactly.
energies too.
Exactly. So there are certain things about how I present myself that is no longer required. I will have to
Wow.
learn how to stop doing that because it no longer benefits me and start something else that's going to bring me to a next level of maturity in how I present myself to the world so that what it is that I need to do can be done.
Wow.
So I understand why I understand the energy of Saturn in my first house at the moment, and especially because I'm 44. So it's basically saying, okay, you've had a Saturn return, you understand what that level of maturity needs now. We're saying to you, we're in your first house of dealing with another level of maturity before you have another Saturn return.
Mm.
So I see it.
Wow.
That's very deep.
It
Um,
is.
and how do you think this it'll affect you when Jupiter transits it, when it squares it, Mel?
Expansion,
Yeah.
Expansion.
expansion
Yeah.
of everything, those parts of myself that are no longer required, and those parts of myself that need to come in. So there is
Mm.
going to be, and because of the fact that Jupiter is about expansion, Saturn is about restriction. So there is a bit of a challenge there
Wow.
because those old aspects of myself are going to want to stay, restrictions. But Saturn is also going to say, in order for you to build the structure that's needed for your I am, certain things need to change.
Hmm. Your foundation. Everything.
Exactly. Yeah. And when you think about it, it's the first house, so it's really addressing the child within you as well, some childhood, some old
Oh.
habits that are no longer feasible. It's your I am, my I am, which is the infant. So there's aspects of my
Hmm.
childhood that I'm going to be dealing with there, and aspects that probably should have been years ago that Saturn is bringing to my attention again to say this needs to go in order for you to move to your next stage of maturity.
Yeah. Wow.
This is going to be a very big transit for you, Mel. Update
Yes.
us because this transit's only going to get stronger. I think the retrograde starts what, mid-March, end of March, but
I'm
Yeah,
the
so
uh,
excited.
but the Jupiter thing has already started, just barely,
Mm.
but
Yeah.
yeah, it's already started. So that'll be coming up very
Yeah.
soon.
it's going to be interesting.
My.
It's going to be
Yeah.
interesting. So anybody else?
Yeah. Tanya, do you want to go before me or anybody?
Well, I don't know what to say. Like Greg just told me that it's in my square house, so uh, that explains why I've been having like ups and downs with probably that I want to go home and it makes me feel homesick for some reason.
Oh, that is your family life. It is your home, your private life, your roots, your heritage, family, foundation, subconscious patterns. So I can totally see that.
Yeah.
Because
Totally.
her ascendant's
Totally.
Virgo, so that's fourth house Sagittarius, right?
Yeah.
So what does
Yeah.
that mean?
Yeah, that's fourth house. Yeah.
Mhm.
So
Tanya, you're living in Maine, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Elaine. Oh, sorry.
No. No, she said Maine.
Oh, okay.
And then,
Elaine
but
can
you,
tell you a little bit. Actually, Elaine, are you still there? Because
Yeah, I'm still there. I'm just, yeah, I'm still there.
okay, she's got a Saturn in fourth house transit coming up. So like right now. So you are born with that, right? That's natal for you. So what do you have to say about that?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, what do I have to say about, what was it again? Sorry.
Well, I don't know. I thought maybe you'd know a little bit more than the rest because you have Saturn fourth house natally. So
And she's
What are we trying
having
to,
to have that.
what are we trying to figure out?
well, Tanya is
Just
going through a fourth house transit. I don't know. Did you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, well, just by the fact of she is going, her Saturn is going into a fourth house transit, she's going to be feeling it more than perceiving it, or she's going to have more of a, yeah, a feel to it.
Like it's less material. It's something that's going on inside.
Like physical.
Mhm.
Physical.
Yeah.
For example, you
Okay.
know, just like more of a
Cool.
physical aspect to it.
So, Ruthie, do
You know, I think that sorry, Summer.
No, go ahead.
I think that the fourth house also represents the mother.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So there's going to be aspects of um, mothering situations or mother relationships or that type of stuff involved in that as well.
Is that gonna be for the next 2 years though? Impact?
If it's just transiting into your fourth house, then no, because it's gonna move from your fourth house and go back into your fifth house.
Okay. Now I'm getting it.
Okay.
Thank you guys for clearing that up for me.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm reading about the fourth house right now, and it's saying that it's more about the home, the house.
Yeah, we
Right.
already said that. Yeah.
The roots. Okay. All right.
So I guess I'll just read mine out now. Mine is transiting the ninth house, and the ninth house is the search for meaning, higher education, mind expansion, philosophy of life, religions, journeys, and travel. And I have nothing in that house. That's a very vacant house. And from what I can see is that it will be squaring my ascendant. I think. Barely. I don't think. I don't know, but I think it's also going to be trining my moon. Or opposite my moon. I don't know. I can't really tell on this chart. It's kind of wacky. But, so yeah, for me, what I think, I don't even know. I really don't know. Greg, you want to help me?
Okay, so natally, so what was it transiting and what was it natal? So I
It's
don't mix it up.
natal in my 12th house and
Okay.
transiting my 9th house.
Okay, that's very spiritual.
Very.
12th house. And
And it's retrograde. You already know that. So.
yeah, retrograde in your birth chart. And so, religion, knowledge, travel, mental visions and dreams. That's what it's transiting for you now. And since it's empty, I don't know. This is pretty. Yeah, this is a pretty tough one, isn't it? Long journeys.
Yeah.
Um, clearly, this is a more material one rather than internal one. So, I think you're going to be seeing more changes in your life in regards to.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, aren't you trying to move to Australia to
Yeah,
do huge?
I was.
oh, then that could be Saturn. What the heck's going on? Could be because of Saturn giving you problems, maybe. I don't know.
Well, I had a lot of, it's not even that there are problems, it's more of like he's showing me what I need to do to get myself together before I do anything. You know what I'm saying? It's like I'm trying to put the cart before the horse, as people say, and now I'm realizing that I need to get myself together and before I even think about doing anything. It's like I have my own things that I have to do internally, and not even just internally, like physically, the things that I want to do to bring to the world, that I'm gonna have to get together before I even think of I guess traveling abroad.
Yeah.
But I am gonna have to go ahead.
Yeah, remember, because it's in your 12th house natally, that's spiritual path. So
Yeah.
you're going to be seeing a lot of that.
Yeah.
And
I
if
mean, anything related to that.
And
And
remember, the 12th house is also about enemies.
I didn't know. What do you have to say about that?
So if the 12th house is about enemies, and that's where Saturn was on your birth chart, and it's now in your ninth house
Yeah.
in Sagittarius. Sagittarius is about higher education, higher knowledge,
Yeah.
traveling. But for me, that traveling is not just about physical traveling, it's about spiritual traveling, long journeys.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So it's like Saturn showing you that there are things that you need to learn.
Through those
And
journeys.
yeah, because that's what Sagittarius is all about, learning different philosophies, different ways of thinking.
Wow.
And it's
And it's
funny
gonna
because,
be in Sag for 2 years.
yeah,
Go ahead, Mel.
and Sagittarius is also about magic. I don't know why that just came into my head, but yeah, magic, the occult.
I can give a metaphorical example on the 12th house and Saturn being in it.
Okay.
I can make the metaphor literal to life. For example, it's spiritual. So you know that spiritually, not eating the flesh of animal, which means that you're not murdering the animal, is good for spiritual growth and harmony. But some other people you may run into, which this is where she was saying about the enemies being also included in the 12th house, you'll run into these enemies that they also they'll argue with you that spiritually they'll give you a spiritual reason why it's okay to murder animal and eat the flesh. So this is where Saturn comes into play and Saturn gives you all these emotions on how to feel so you can recollect all those emotions and try to find out a way to that will develop your expression and help you try to get in touch with these spiritual people who are trying to prove to you that it's not that it is okay to eat the flesh and murder animal. You know, so
very good, Elaine. I accept it exactly as it is.
thank you.
Cool. So is that everybody's Saturn? Did anyone
Yeah.
else?
Well, if nobody else wants to go, um, does anybody want to go? Or who hasn't gone?
I think that's a no.
Elaine wanted to bring up Pluto.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I want.
Pluto.
Yeah, I wanted
So
to
if we're not
bring
going to
up.
be doing Saturn, so if everybody's done Saturn, I don't know. I want to hear what you have to say about Pluto.
Okay, let me just pop it up real quick here, midpoints. There it is. Okay, Pluto. I just wanted to bring up Pluto because Summer mentioned about it being death or something, and
Yeah.
what I've researched so far, and it makes sense. What I've researched is that Pluto is about inner change, perception, transformation, development, metamorphosis, and immediate past. What are your thoughts on that?
That is death.
That is death?
Yeah. Because in
Oh,
order for you to go through a transformation, something has to die in order for the new to come in.
interesting.
So there is a death process in Pluto.
Yeah, I can see how Pluto has death traits.
Because you can't transform something that isn't moving, isn't becoming something different to what it is. That's what transformation means.
Yeah.
Yes, and we're also outside of the traditional planets. So this is going to be a little bit it's going to be very speculative too.
Yeah.
Well, it's more collective, isn't it? Pluto and Uranus are more collective
Oh
energies.
yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So with that,
Universal generational energies.
so
Pluto's a generational energy.
could we say that also it combines maybe energies of another planet such as Mars?
Yeah. It's a higher octave.
That would make sense, yeah.
And since we're talking about death, ego, and Mars, that's why Mars came up for me just now.
Yeah.
That
Because
makes a lot of sense, yeah.
yeah,
He is the higher self. Pluto's the higher self of Mars. Yeah.
yeah, that makes sense for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Awesome.
Does anybody know when Pluto goes retrograde again?
Mm.
I have no idea.
I don't.
Okay, I'm seeing April 17th to September 26th.
Wow. Okay.
Really?
Oh, and that's going to be that's going to affect the economy too, really, like the whole system.
Oh my gosh, go figure. That's whenever. Oh wow. Okay. Go figure.
Yeah, and also the Saturn and Neptune thing coming up. I think that's going to have a huge effect on the economy too. In fact, I read in The Economist, the one important section that I found in The Economist, the one that I actually like, is the astrology section, and they just a little paragraph on the corner was talking about Neptune is the prick, or no, sorry, Neptune is the bubble, so the financial bubble that we've been seeing in our economy, and Saturn is the prick, and they're going to come square both in retrograde. And
Yeah.
last time they squared, we saw in the U.S. the markets flattened like that and started going down, and then
Wow.
yeah, so
That
we're gonna
makes
see.
sense.
That was just a quick one.
Because Neptune is the illusion.
Yeah, the illusion. Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I can't wait for that.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be fun.
I know, Ruthie.
I just
Hey,
want to
brother,
Okay.
what date?
really.
He said April 17th to September 26th for Pluto, but
Yeah, for Pluto.
what about that square?
Yeah, the Saturn Neptune square. It's always like touching up on each other, but the big one is gonna be I think May. I can check really quick for you guys right now. Get me protractor.
Of course May, because May is the peak time of the year. I mean, not really. I mean, it's more of July, but May, I mean, May Day. They have a lot of stuff going on in May when it comes to like chaotic stuff. So that's very interesting that that's going to happen to come around that time.
Yeah, and they'll both be going into retrograde too together, while they're squaring.
Wow.
Yeah, so
Wow.
yeah, we're gonna see another 2008 very soon, but lots like way worse.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, actually, way worse. By way worse, I mean way better.
Yeah,
Mm.
exactly.
Honestly, fuck this system. It's coming down.
Hey, bro, fuck yeah, I agree with you, bro.
Yeah.
I'm gonna,
Hector's back.
yeah, my tablet died on me. I had a charger for a little bit.
What do you
Yeah,
have to say on that, Hector?
I just got into your conversation about that date that you're sharing because I do Mayan astrology. You know the way the Mayans people did them you know, I do that, and then what I got right here is the Sotin calendar, which is meaning the count of days, and they show the cycles of omens, but both good or and bad, you know. Right here, because I got like all these dates that I'm writing up and stuff, and then see as you got the bar of dots, these are like calculations I'm doing as the day goes and day comes, you know. But they all pertain to something, and then that date I kind of came in to it a little bit short, but I'm gonna try to calculate that day later on, see what the Mayan aspect tells me, you know, because like one thing I got all the literal and metaphorical tradition reference to the existential situations, you know, the destiny of the individual, what the social life is like, and then how nature is perceived, you know, and the way how the number aspect, you know, 1 through 13, I got the original, because like if you look on the internet, you look at like Jose Orgulles from the Law of Time, his little website before he passed away. The Mayan dream spell is not traditional Mayan calendar. You know, the dream spell is totally something way on a different plane than what the traditional Mayan calendar is about, you know. So I got the traditional stuff right here. Native bro I was locked up with gave me this knowledge, taught me this. What took him 10 years took me only like 2 months, not even 2 months to understand this. You know what I
That's
mean? But
beautiful. Yeah.
yeah, so I'm gonna try to look up that date. What was that date, bro, that you were talking about? So that way I could start doing some calculations on.
Yeah, it's gonna. I think it's gonna get a lot worse. Starting in May.
Uh-huh.
I don't have my protractor with me, so it's hard to see exactly when. But here, let me just eye it. Oh, yeah, end of May,
Uh-huh.
and then so Saturn's already in retrograde, and then boom, in the middle of July, Neptune joins it, and they square together. And they so Neptune is going one way, and Saturn's going like this, and then they join, and then they go together. They square together, and they move
Uh,
backwards together. It's insane.
Oh, yeah, I bet. You know, it's always something going on with the 90-degree angle. There's always something very specific, something that we cannot understand yet, but it's always something that has to rely on the 90-degree angle. You know, shit, like a couple days ago, you know, because I started, you know, reteaching myself how to do geometry, you know, squaring the circle, making the polygons out of just using this, you know what I mean? So I've been doing all kinds of neat stuff lately, you know, trying to reteach myself, but I don't know. I'll check out the date in May and see if anything is out of the ordinary. You know what I mean?
I'd
Yeah,
like
please
to.
do.
I would like to point out a very cool metaphorical thing about 90-degree angles, and it's like if anybody skated on ice before, you know, if it's your first time skating on ice, try doing a 90-degree stop with your skates. It's gonna be difficult. You're gonna have to practice and practice. Eventually, you're gonna become like a hockey player, and you'll be able to stop moving by braking with your skates at a 90-degree angle.
Yeah, you know what? That's a good point, Elaine. Really, you know, like thinking about it, I could go like driving 45 miles an hour, hitting a 90-degree angle corner without losing the full 90-degree angle, because I would end up going more like in a curve sense. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Huh. That's something I should ponder on too. Shit. Good
I'm
shit,
loving the
Elaine.
hockey analogies.
Thank you.
Great hockey analogies today.
Thanks, man.
Are you Canadian?
Yeah, I'm definitely Canadian. Yeah.
Of course. In New Brunswick, right?
Yeah, but I was born in North Bay, Ontario.
Oh, okay. That's like 2 hours away.
Yeah, I'm from Ontario though,
Right
originally.
on. I'm sitting in Ontario right now, just above the U.S.
Nice.
This is a year of hey, for this whole past, what is it?
Transformation.
Yeah, this whole year, because looking at the calendar, you know, we got year bearers. You know, the Mayans had 4 year bearers. One was let me find the damn year bearers. Okay, one year bearer was Ik, which means um air, you know, breath. You know, it's a bold year, hard times, either floods or no rain at all, natural disasters and starvation. The day glip of wind and communication. 2005, when Katrina hit, was a ick year. You know, we're right now in the ebb year, which is a quiet, calm, enduring year, a good year for business and health. Day glip of the path of life, which is a strong spiritual connotation. Ebb years are devoted to spiritual research and elevation. Like in 1967 at the apex of the hippie movement, and 2011, which was the year that I learned how to keep track of days, which was an ebb year, a spiritual elevation year, and that's what we're currently in right now. And then after ebb, which is Kaban, Kaban means wisdom, idea. You know, it's the good and uses of the senses of thought, solution, and problems. You know, it's showing the duality, which is wisdom of either or. You know, so that's going to be next year. Well, not next year as, not this year as in sense. It's going to happen this year when the Mayan calendar goes into the next year, which is still going to be this year. It's a year of creativity and ideas, both good and bad, a day glip of the mind, creative thought and discernment, intelligence, and asserted convictions. You know, that is going to, I think, when the year bearer of Kaban is going to probably start in like September or something like that, you know, because the way how the Mayans did their year, like New Year was after when the Hab, the 364 sun calendar, you know, day calendar, restarted and stuff. You know, it went and redid their time and stuff like that. So I gotta watch. I'm gonna start like putting up little videos explaining more of the Mayan calendar and how to understand it, because I'm gonna start like doing little day readings of how the day is gonna be and what to expect out of that day. You know, because it's gonna affect us in an individual level, but like one meaning could totally be a whole different aspect of everybody in a sense. You know what I mean? It's gonna like I don't know. It's hard. I gotta brainstorm how to express myself. Like my mind's just going ta 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 ta, you know. But yeah, it's crazy. The year that's gonna be coming, according to the minds and the mind aspect and stuff, is a Kaban year, a year of creativity and ideas, both good and bad. So it's gonna show that after our ebb year that we are currently in right now, which is a very strong spiritual connotation. Yeah, after when that happens, it's gonna be this year, but it's gonna be a lot of bad this year. Like a lot of us talking about, like all the how Western astrology and Eastern astrology is correlating to the same core, you know.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear what you have to say when you start getting deeper into that Mayan
Oh
astrology.
yeah,
Can't
oh
wait.
yeah.
Can't wait.
Heck yeah, bro. Heck yeah. I can't wait till I start sharing this knowledge, because this knowledge, the Mayan knowledge, is it's another piece of the key to everything else. You know what I mean? We all have been given a tool, but it is up to us if we want to acknowledge what these tools are and if our intent is in the right place. You know what I'm saying? Whoa, where's there? How come nobody's talking?
Sorry, I'm printing all of the transits for this year, and I didn't want my printer to be like really, really loud. So
Ah,
yeah.
yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot going on this year, and from what I could see, this theme for this year is transformation.
Yeah.
Literally.
Literally transformation, and it's going to be not just in a physical aspect, which means like a lot of good and bad is going to come out of it, but also on a mental, emotional aspect. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's
definitely.
gonna be all around the board. It's gonna be retroactive. You know, it's not gonna just discriminate one thing. It doesn't discriminate. It happens always. You know.
In
Yeah.
every way, shape, and form.
Yeah, and let's not forget material too. In society too, we're gonna see this.
Oh yeah, bro. It's gonna happen both on a physical and spiritual level, both all emotional, mental, and physical ways of how whatever anything we could perceive, it's all gonna change, man.
Yeah.
Assuming is a power, just like anything else can be used as a power as well. And I'm going to use my assumption to all these situations going around the world. I'm going to assume that people in deception are going to acknowledge and and occur this change in a positive way. and hopefully that affects the future change that we're going to go through in a positive way.
Mhm.
Like, what even is positive and negative in this case?
For example, if, like, let's say the economy goes down and stuff like that, a lot of people are going to experiencing starvation,
Yep.
and if they're going to be starving, there's going to be fights going on in the community. If there's fights, there's going to be fear, and it's going to go back down into the underground gangster style, right? So I really hope that does not happen, because I want these beautiful people to just maintain it is right now. But there is a way to change for the good in this system.
Oh yeah.
There's
Yeah. No.
but just change the menus. Change for the good, you know what I mean?
Exactly. And right on that point, I think completely abandoning and rebelling against the system, I think that's destructive, and it would never go down well because, of course, it's destructive, right? It's passive, and we want to be active. So why would we
Exactly.
destroy a completely good yet corrupted system? When our consciousness changes, then
Exactly.
it will follow through. So rather than just completely ditching the system, like promissory notes, amazing. I'll explain to you guys like if you guys want to give me just a couple minutes to explain during a talk, I can go for 10 minutes, 20 minutes if you want on promissory notes and just the whole financial structure so you guys understand it inside out, and you'll see that it's actually a very beautiful and complex energy system that we all use to exchange our energy. And we'll see how we can use that in an active way rather than the passive way it's being used in now.
I think with the whole system collapsing and stuff, there's nothing we could do. You know, you could be
Mhm.
active and boycott, picket, whatever the hell you want to do, and be like, oh, we don't want this, we don't want that, whatever. You could do all that. It ain't gonna change nothing. What needs to be changed? What needs to happen is just like people like us, as we watch everybody how they're just consumed with all the distractions. You know, they're gonna collapse and destroy themselves. You know.
Yeah.
Um,
And there.
I
that's
don't know exactly. Sorry, I don't know exactly what you mean about the collapse and destruction of the system, but if you mean by it, I say that the destruction and the collapse of the system will not happen. Uh, Two, because there are producers and consumers. What are the producers going to do? What are the elites going to do? What are the corporations going to do if the system is no longer have consumers? The producers will no longer have consumers, and they need consumers to feed. They feed off
They are
of
the
consumption.
consumers. Don't get it twisted,
yeah,
man. They are the
and check this
consumers.
out. Yes,
No, no,
they
no, no,
are.
no, no. No, I'm talking about the man in I'm talking about the thing. The man that owns the company and corporation, the people who own the bank, they need citizens to participate in this system.
Mhm.
So if they get rid of if they get rid of us, what are they going to do?
But that's the point, though. They're not getting rid of us.
Yeah.
We are getting rid of them.
Yeah.
They don't want to get rid of us. We are the ones that keep them going. So the whole reason why this has continued for so long is because we haven't made any choices in regards to what we choose to do. We have just been following people.
We
The
have
whole
been
world.
irresponsible. So they have been governing us because we choose to not govern ourselves. And now that we are governing ourselves, they have no more use.
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah.
Exactly.
Exactly. That's
There
a
we go.
real good point right there, Summers. You
That
know,
tied it together, Summer.
Thank
a
you.
lot of us don't realize that it is them who depend on us for them to exist. But the way how everything in the structure is that we gave them that power and totally forgot about the power that we actually have. You know.
Very true.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. So if people want to make a change, and they should start learning how to grow their own food and find a nice little quiet plot of land and start growing their own stuff and being
Yeah. Be
reliant
more
on themselves.
self-sufficient and
Yeah.
relying on yourself. Be
Yeah.
your own
Everybody
producer
was
and consumer.
Yeah, yeah. Everybody here, before all the banks started making everybody go broke, and all these people that started robbing from the people like us, everybody here on Earth, everything is abundant. Mother Earth provides and all. And there is like if money, like the way how money exists right now, everybody was meant to be rich with an abundance, but because people like the ones who are in control of the fucking banking systems, they're the ones that's greedy and they're stealing from us. You know what I mean? We were all meant to be rich, have nice houses, have all this and all that, or I don't know, vice versa, but we were all meant to be the haves, but they're the ones that created the have-nots because we allowed them.
Yeah, because we allow them for too long to steal our energy, like feed of us like a farm, and steal our energy on a daily basis.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally take our energy. And how do you guys think that's going to materialize? Because all these people are still in the system. When it crashes, they're still, oh, gotta go to work every day, gotta pay the bills. So how do you
That's
guys
where, yeah, that's where the cleansing comes in, because these people aren't going to be able to, one, physically handle the stress, not even just the stress, because all of this is going to happen all at once. Like, this is all going to happen. The economy is going to crash. We're going to get upgrades in our body. All of these things are happening coincidentally? No. Synchronicity. I can't even say the fucking word. Excuse me. Synchronistically. So a lot of people are going to go crazy. A lot of people are going to die. And this is just reality. That is
Yeah, it
the
must
purge.
happen. Yeah.
Yeah, Summers.
It has to happen.
It has to, there has to be death for life to be reciprocated. You cannot just have totally peace
Absolutely.
on Earth and be like, oh, forget war and stuff. No, war needs to be exercised for that peace to be recognized. Everything needs to be reciprocated for one thing to exist as another. There cannot just
Yeah.
be one aspect in this plane that we are aware of. It has to be two. That's why there's duality. You can't have two dads or two moms. Oh yeah, you can if you have a mom and a stepmom. That's about it. But other than that, I don't know. It's just that life. In order for life to continue on and be reciprocated, death has to be a part of that life.
Yeah, but I don't agree with you, Hector, that we need to have wars in order to have peace. I don't think that.
No, I think what he's
That's
this
true.
will never have peace.
I think he's saying it's inevitable right now because there is soldiers lined up ready to go. But I
No,
think what's
yeah, right now, yes, it is inevitable. But I mean, in general, I think that as soon as we get rid of the wars, we're actually gonna have peace. Because
exactly
everybody's fighting for peace, but they're fighting with another country that's fighting for peace.
100%. Yeah.
Stop the weapons and actually enjoy the peace.
Yeah.
Can I? Is this how you pronounce your name? Tonk?
No,
No. Tanq.
Tanya.
Oh, Tanya.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, Tanya.
That's the
No,
internet name.
I totally agree with you about you don't need to make war to understand what peace is or to even manifest peace, but this is an effect that we are living in. So
Yeah.
this is therefore this is a
symptom.
reality. This is a reality that we have to deal with. So this
Yeah.
is where what Hector is saying is that now that we're in this reality of war and versus peace, now we're going to have to deal with it. But in another universe or in another source of creation, there is a way to just create plain and simple peace without any war or violence.
Simple peace over here too, if you know how to.
Mm-hmm.
Check this out. Oh, go ahead, sis.
But pain is definitely incorporated, because without pain, then you need to experience pain to say, oh, ouch, oh man, I'm not going to do that again. That's not good. Or
Pain is an illusion. Accept the pain's an illusion. What do you have? Emotions, everything is an illusion. It's in your mind only.
Yeah.
like
And
for
after you drop that, you
for
can
exa-
have peace.
for example, if I do trial and error, I'm born in the woods, okay, Adam and Eve type of style, okay. I'm born in the woods and I try a plant out. and it's poisonous. If I don't feel any pain out of it, then I'm eventually going to die without knowing it. So that's why pain is there. It's to say, hey, don't do that again. You're killing yourselves out of this reality. I want you to stay in this reality. So I'm going to give you pain so you can say, oh, I'm not going to try that plan out again. I'm going to
Oh,
move
yeah.
on to the next plan. So then you try the next plan and you feel good about it. So that's the opposite of pain, the polarity of pain, telling you, hey, this is good for you to stay alive in this reality.
You're
Yeah.
having two different conversations. That's two different conversations. What Tanya's talking about is different to what you're talking about.
Yes. You're talking about something else. Definitely.
No, but I can relate that to war. I can definitely relate that to war. You know what? You don't like to experience war. You don't like to see your family get their heads chopped off. You don't like to be gutted to death. You don't like to be strapped to a chair and get all your fingers cut off and punched in the face multiple times. You know? You don't like that? Then don't put yourself in that situation again. We're all in it together. That's the message.
Yeah, but it's not only you though. If everybody believes that, yes, but if there are people who do not believe that, for example, my country, Bulgaria, used to be 500 years under the Turkish invasion, and they used to cut our heads off because we didn't want to become Muslim. So you tell me those people were protecting their belief and they didn't want to become Muslim and that's why they died, right? You're saying don't put yourself in this position, but you're not the one who's guilty in this position because everybody who didn't want, they died. So it's like it's not only about yourself in some situations that you're just saying it, oh, don't put yourself in this situation.
No, I totally agree with what you are saying. I still agree with what you are saying.
Yeah, I hear both your sides. Again, it comes back to the perspective. I think we're actually saying the same thing, but we're
Yeah.
focusing on the details and seeing it as
Yeah.
separate. You guys, yeah. I see both of your sides. It's true, both of you. And my dad grew up in a communist country, too.
Really?
Tanya? Yeah, oh yeah, Croatia at the peak.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
Croatia wasn't as bad as Russia, but my dad knows what it's
Yeah.
like to be in that mess, and so does my grandpa, even
Yeah.
more so. So I see
Really?
both your sides. Yeah.
Yeah,
But I think
and
what Tanya was talking about was the fact that we live in other. Okay, the book that she just read spoke about which world do you live in.
yeah,
Yeah, that's what the book asked us. Which world do you live in? So the man that wrote the book is basically telling you that there are 1,000, a million possibilities within this one reality because there are more worlds than this one. And if you tap into that world where there is no war, there is no murdering, there is
exactly.
none of that, if we were all to tap into that vibration of that world, then we could live in a world of peace.
Exactly. All we just need to do is raise our vibration. And another thing, it's like it's interesting because in Turkey, do you know how they teach them history? That they came in Bulgaria with nice and peaceful intention, and they did not did anything bad to us.
Well, that sounds a
It's
little
totally,
familiar.
it's so wrong, and it's like the Turkish people believe that they're so good, and when they come to Bulgaria, no wonder why we're watching them. It's like we remember what have happened here, and they're like, what are you looking at me like that? And I'm like, you don't know the history, man? Seriously? And it's funny because they brainwash them like so much that it's just like not even real.
Now,
That sounds
Tanya,
like America. And
Tanya.
Britain. And every other Billy country.
And wait, let's keep in mind what Mel just said because I also accepted exactly how she said it because she tied together the two opinions,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
or I shouldn't even say the two opinions, the two sides of the same opinion.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, Elaine. Sorry.
Yes, I would like to add to what Tanya was saying that if you go to a country where you live, there's a big difference if you come into the North America. You guys, you say one wrong word and you can get your head chopped off, or you can see your family die, right? So you have to be very cautious, careful, attention, and very respectful and you know what I mean? But
Yeah.
that is that's a good thing. You guys are cautious and careful of everything. But you come to North America and you listen to the music here, they're saying pussy, dick, and they're singing about all this stuff, and you come here and it's just, you see people on the streets not caring and throwing stuff all over the place. See, there's a difference right there. You guys are more cautious, and we are more of a not give a fuck.
Unfortunately, everything that is in America have come to Bulgaria because our music changed. They're totally imitating everybody from their lid, and they think that they're somebody else that they're not. And eventually changes the realities of the growing young people, all the men and girls right now, like changing their reality based on this all free thing that goes on in America. But all the respect is gone now. You know what I mean?
Yes,
It's everywhere.
absolutely.
It's everywhere. It's like a poison. It goes everywhere. It spreads around. It's
Oh
used
yeah.
to be that. Now it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they
Yeah,
call it
yeah.
globalization, right?
Yeah.
But it's really just stupidity.
Exactly. It's
And it's
Yeah.
ignorant.
easy to fall for. Yeah. And that's like
People
every
in the
European
streets. People in the streets over here need more discipline.
You
Yeah, they
know
need more
what?
saddles.
How are you going to discipline anyone? How can anyone try and discipline anyone when we're living in a state of conditioning? All of us have been conditioned in some state or shape or form. All of us to
Oh,
think a
well,
particular way. Pardon?
yeah, it'll take a rude awakening.
Exactly. Because we've all got, and remember that conditioning comes from generation to generation, so it's embedded within us.
I agree with that.
I hear you.
Yep.
And do you know what is the funniest thing in Bulgaria that's happening right now? All the people from like Germany, from Italy, from everywhere in the Europe have started buying our land in Bulgaria because older people, the government doesn't pay that much money to the older people to live every month. So they're convinced to sell their property, to sell their land that they've been working on it all their life to get some money. And now and now what's happening in Bulgaria, we have all the influences from the union coming into our country and building all those corporations on a land that we used to grow food. And what's going to happen in the future? There will be no land for food and we're going to be starving. And they don't even realize that. They think about the money, they give the land, and they don't even realize what they're doing. They're going to eat those
Oh,
money.
they realise.
How they,
Don't get it twisted, hon. They realise. They realise. Because the whole point is that you are not supposed to be self-sufficient. None of us are supposed to be self-sufficient. We must always rely on the state for something.
exactly.
Which keeps you in the state. Which keeps you in the state that you must always have somebody to blame. Always have
Exactly.
somebody else to look at, and it doesn't keep you looking on yourself. It keeps you completely outside of yourself. You're
Yeah.
Yeah.
always perpetuating that same cycle of it's you, not me, keeping you away from the real, true
Mm,
salvation, ultimately.
yeah.
Yeah, it's the way it works, like how they say, the Messiah is gonna come and all this and that. Nah, the way I understand that is that we could only save ourselves. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we are the
Can't
Messiah.
can't. Yeah, we are our own Messiah. Like Bruce Lee, he showed the truth that be your own Buddha, be like water, because you can put water into anything and it'll take that form of something. You know what I mean?
The
Like
Christ within.
Yeah, it's a conscious level. I shared with Summer some things when she and I had spoke and stuff, but I'm gonna share with you guys like I had like about almost a year ago. This coming May it'll be a year now, but about a year ago I had something that happened to me, and it was sharing me a lot, and it made me the person who I am today. Made me look at a lot of things, and it shared with me some things, that I'm gonna share with you guys. You know how they teach us in school about trees, saying that the trees are the ones that make air and all this shit. You
Mm-hmm.
know, No, it's not like that. The trees are the ones that bring water. They bring water to our soil. You know, if you look at the rainforest, how it's always with an abundance of water, it's always humidity. You know, the humidity level is always high up there because the trees are the ones that bring the water. They bring the clouds for the precipitation that the sun does, you know, the greenhouse effect, all this and that. They teach us ass backwards in school. And also, too, you know, what's happening right now with all the removal of the trees, you know, like here in California, I live in California in the United States, and right in the center of California, in a city called Fresno. Also, too, uh, a long time ago, this place used to be real rich with green. You know, this California was the home place to grow everything. You know, that's what the slogan was. You know what I mean? But now California is dry and we got a dang drought because a lot of the farmer areas, you know, down south of California, it's all city. You know, and up north, right here from the valley, going up, it's all farm, but they're removing all the trees, and that's what's causing the drought because it's the water that really brings the trees. And one thing too, when our soil goes bad, it's something that I haven't done, but I think it's in our ash, the ashes. Hang on, let me see, Mama. Owie. Oh, you okay? Oh, my daughter had a sticker in her toe. Sorry about it. But like I was saying, the ashes, when the soil goes bad, we're not going to be able to use our soil to grow anything no more. But one thing that came to my mind that was shown to me that, you know, like I haven't tried it yet, but if somebody's able to gather up a bunch of ash, or even if it has a little bit of coal in it, put it in a pot and try to grow something out of it. I have no resources to do this stuff, but this is something that was shown to me. And I share this with you guys. See if it's possible to grow anything out of just ash.
I
You know
can
what I
try.
mean? I wonder how that's going to be because our soil is going to go bad. You know, there's not going to be no crops here on the earth. There's not going to be no crops here on the earth. A lot of my out,
Wow. Hector, Hector,
yeah.
please be careful what you're bringing into manifestation with your words
Oh, okay.
because you are a co-creator. When you speak like that there is not going to be any crops and that there is not going to be, you're bringing a certain manifestation onto the earth.
Yeah, I am aware of that, sis. I am aware of that. But this is something that was shown to me by something out of here. You know, it's also too. But this is like something that my mom's elders, you know, before I was born, that something that they shared. You know, about
You
our
know,
generation.
you know when the earth dries up like that, like what you said about California, that there's not that they you used to have an abundance of trees and now it's dry. The earth is reflecting us. She's showing us
Yes.
our emotions. So the emotions that we are supposed to be addressing, which is water, our emotions on the earth are represented by
Yes.
water. Yeah.
Yes.
When our emotions are not addressed within us, the earth becomes dry because she reflects the lack of water that is flowing within man.
Gosh, thank you,
Yeah.
Melanie. Amen.
That makes
Melanie,
me
thank
feel
So
much
when we're
better.
talking about the earth, when we're talking about mother, and we're saying that she's not going to have any crop, and listen, she was here before us, and if she needs to remove every one of us in order to replenish herself, she will do so. But Mother Earth will always replenish, regardless. The only difference is that she is here to reflect us. We are her, she is us. So she's showing us that our emotions, the feminine energies on earth, are out of balance. And that's being shown by the water that flows upon her.
Beautiful.
Um, are we
Somebody's
still?
running the tap. I can hear some water.
Yeah,
water,
I
yeah.
do too. Who's that?
It's so funny. I'm right next to my grandma's pool. I'm outside because the sun is just so beautiful, and there's this thingy going on, and it's so funny. You were talking about that as the thing started to leak. It's so
That
funny.
water ran just in time. Do you see, Spirit? Trying
Yeah.
to show
Yes,
us that the
No,
water
spirit.
needs
I
to
got that here
flow.
on my end too, with the Starbucks tap. That's funny.
And somebody started washing the dishes
Brilliant.
in the house.
I would like to talk about the education system part and incorporate the trees and all that stuff. Um, I do believe, I would say not everything is a lie in our education. I would say 30, maybe 20% of it, there would be of the information presented to both our education and universities may have a little bit of lies, but the rest there is truth to it. Like, for example, the biology of our body, or the biology of plants, and the biology of trees. Although the thing that they didn't do in our education is sync it up together like we are trying to do right now. It's the synchronitic part that they did not incorporate in school. So yes, the trees do affect the air and does produce good things for the air, but also, like Hector was saying, um, it also incorporates the ground and nourishes the ground with water as well.
And also they're alive, which I didn't think.
Ah, you took the words out of my mouth, Tanya.
What did she say? What did she say?
They're alive.
They're
They have a
alive.
level of
The
consciousness
love.
because the tree is a spirit. It's a consciousness. It's an
Yeah.
earth spirit. So
Yeah.
it's not just here within the physical realms for us to see. It also has an ether. It has a level of consciousness.
Agree.
Yeah, and the system doesn't know they're lying. It's just a symptom of that left brain. The whole system is just a symptom. Is just a symptom of that left brain thinking in that male-dominated logical way, isn't it?
Most definitely. And
No,
I personally think education as it is right now, is a load of shit. All of it is a load of crap. Because as far as I'm concerned, the first lesson that we're supposed to learn as a child is love.
Yeah.
Straight. There's nothing else. Love. And once you've moved from love, then you recognize the self.
And you
All
know
this
what? I
stuff
agree. I
all this
absolutely
stuff
agree.
about even history. History is a load of lies. It's
Yes.
lies.
Agreed.
I'm sorry. It's lies. They do geography. Geography is also a load of lies because they're not giving you the full fundamentals of, as you would say, flat Earth, all of that stuff. So straight away, those two are lies.
alright, let's call them half truths instead. So
Yes, I would I would like to I would like to go with the half truth part because yeah,
okay.
I do agree that they're all lies and stuff, but there are some information that is true. For example, the liver produces bile. Okay? That is truth. The liver does produce bile. The heart pumps. We have a heart. That's truth. They teach us that in school. That's true. And it pumps the blood, and that is true. And same with the uterine system and the vagus nerves and the pons and that and the neurons in our brains. All that is true information, but it's about synchronizing this true information together.
Do you know why I say it's lies?
Yeah.
Yes, I
Because
do.
before we can look at our physical vessel, yeah, everything first happens in spirit. So
Exactly.
before you get sick in the physical world, you energetically become ill.
Oh my god, you
Yeah?
took it from my mouth
If
now.
you do not understand, if we don't understand the energetic impacts on our physical being, there is no point in understanding the ailment. It just
Absolutely.
doesn't make any sense. That's why we have pharmaceuticals, because they're teaching us that there is something wrong with our body. They're not teaching us that there's something wrong spiritually.
Exactly. And
Yep.
they will tell you that on the left
That's
side
why
is
I
your
think
spiritual
education
side.
is key, because it doesn't
Yep.
start from.
That is the lie. That is absolute. That is the lie. They take true information about how the heart works and how the liver works and all that stuff, and they use it to buy for us to convince us to buy their medication and tell us that there's something wrong with our body. That's the lie.
Exactly.
The entire system is so messed up because, like you guys know, I have 5 children. I have them homeschooled because it's disgusting. They try to break up the family. They're just
Yeah,
killing us from every angle. It's horrible.
yeah.
They're disconnecting us. They're disconnecting us from any point of view.
No,
Hmm.
And
Ruthie,
more
I
to
think
the
you need
point,
Prozac.
what they're doing, they're programming the
What is
children from a very young age. That's what they're doing.
Yeah,
There is
that's.
a level of
Mhm.
programming that's taking place. And the thing about it is that they're basically saying, you are not taking responsibility because you are allowing us to be responsible of your children.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. And people think
And
it's okay
then,
to send them to school, but then they make it so difficult that you can't eat if you don't work. It's
yeah,
just
yeah,
ridiculous.
yeah. Even though food
Yeah,
is in
that's my favorite lie.
abundance, look at
Yeah.
that. There's food everywhere. And ladies and gentlemen, just to tell you, I live in England. Don't know if you guys have ever been to England,
no?
but I was walking down the road the other day and I'm noticing all of these beautiful trees around me. I'm noticing Summer can't join.
What
Why?
happened?
Where is she?
Is it too many
Ah, she
people?
back. Yeah, I'm noticing all of these beautiful trees around me, and not one of these trees actually bear fruit. All
Mm,
of these trees that are on my road and on the main road are all male trees.
mm-hmm.
Why would they do that?
They're
On
crazy.
purpose, so we don't grow anything. To be dependable
Exactly,
on them,
exactly.
on the system.
So, I mean, in Caribbean countries, you can walk around and pick fruit from every tree bears some form of fruit. Every tree.
Hmm.
In England, you can go to the park and there is nothing in the park that you could eat. Imagine that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why it is very. It scares me because I know you guys are right. The whole system has to be purged. It's got to be purged in order to to bring us back to the way it should be, to nature.
Too simple. We have
Yeah.
And
forgotten.
that's when you know that all of this is orchestrated. How can anyone consciously decide to plant all male trees? How do they do that?
Hmm.
Do you know what have been amazed me in America? I've always like, because in Bulgaria we plant like trees all the time. I was saving the seeds from an apple while I was eating here in America, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna plant a tree. And I did it, nothing came up, and I was so pissed. And then they showed me that whatever I try to plant here, it's nothing's gonna work because they're genetically modified, so they don't like grow.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this is ridiculous. Why would they do that? And then I'm like, oh, because they want to buy you. You go buy from the grocery store, and that's why.
Yeah.
It's disgusting. Really
Stupid.
is.
Oh.
I'm back.
Hi.
Thank God. It's called dependency. They want us to depend on them, and then what happens is that the whole bloody thing crashes, and they say people depend on the government too much. That's why the government's crashed. it's like it's an oxymoron.
I'm pretty sure they were gonna make it even illegal to grow things in your own garden. I'm pretty
Well,
sure
have you
there's
heard
law somewhere here.
They've already done that.
to tap
Yeah.
water?
Yeah.
They've
And they
done
try to make collecting rainwater illegal, which I think is hilarious. Hilarious. So does that mean it's either A, they want to have a reason to arrest everybody,
yeah.
or I don't know, because what about swimming pools? What about lakes? What about oceans? What about
No,
your
they want to control you because people use that water for, don't you use it for like some kind of energy, for example, that water for like a
They
supply.
know that that water holds energy from the stars, the moon, the planets. It's
Yep.
potent water.
Right.
They
You
know
want
this.
you want your hair to grow? Go take a shower out in a thunderstorm.
Yeah, they want to control you because of jealousy. Because they were jealous.
I don't know why they're doing it, but there's rules and laws everywhere. It's ridiculous. You have to do it you have to plant your garden in secret. They can't even,
Can you believe that?
yeah.
No, I can't.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
I can.
I can't. I grew up in fields full of fruits and vegetables, tobacco, and all kinds of other plants, and I can't imagine not being able to like plant anything. It just doesn't make sense to me.
I mean, I'm sure we all do it anyway, but if you look at the law, the law actually says you can't do it. Certain things you
Wow.
can't grow, certain amounts you can't grow. It's getting to a point that well, it's been that way. It's ridiculous. And it's scary because, like I said, I know everything needs to be purged, and people are going to die, and uh, we have people that we love that are going to be part of that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's scary.
But you shouldn't be scared because, to be fair, that's why they're doing all of this in order that they can bring fear up in you.
I
These people,
understand. No, I understand that death is
yeah,
just, you know.
I know, babe, but they feed off your fear.
I understand.
One
Meditation.
one
Yeah,
thing
for
I
real.
one thing I learned about that word fear, it is originated from fairy, FAE, which is an enchanting word, a word of creation. Fear is our friend if we acknowledge and embrace what fear is really there for. It's with us 24/7. You know, how do I fear is there just for us to recognize and be aware of something else. It's like our friend. If we know how to truly acknowledge that fear and look at what it's really there for. I like all the whole thing about a lot of the death and stuff. Honestly, personally, I'm not afraid of it. For one, because I know who I am and I know how the Great Spirit made me. So it's I don't know, it's hard to explain like
Fear is there's an analogy for fear, and it's called fear. It's false evidence appearing. Yeah,
yeah,
it doesn't
yeah,
exist. Fear does not. Fear is an earthbound emotion. It does not exist.
Yeah, it's an illusion, literally.
Exactly. But they do a great job at putting that illusion
Very
on.
good. Very good. Trust
Exactly.
me,
Exactly.
too good sometimes.
I feel like I depressed everybody. Everybody's just so pensive now.
No.
Not at all. Not at all.
We're just in thought of the conversation. So now that we've realised what do we plan to do? Because the reality is that we are also co-creators.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So with all of these energies of Saturn and Pluto that we've been looking at the moment should give us some guidance in what we can do in order to step out of this time that Saturn is showing to us and step into another time through the transformation of Pluto.
Yeah. Sorry, I kind of had a brain fart because I, yeah. But, this has been a wonderful chat. Like, I was not joking. I knew this was going to be fabulous, and I called it ahead of time.
Yeah, we went off course in the perfect way.
A beautiful way.
Yeah.
Beautiful way.
It's beautiful.
And it's really not off course, is it?
No,
Not
not at
all,
all.
all interlinking.
Well, shall we go offline, or you want to keep it going? I mean, what do y'all think?
I don't know how to show you guys. I don't know how to paste the Facebook video to you guys, but there's a video about Bernie Sanders, and
Oh God!
this guy asked the good old question to Bernie Sanders, right? You know how religion is really not a good idea to mix with politics. Well, he asked Bernie Sanders. He was like, Bernie, what do you think about, you say that we're all into this together. What do you think about, like, if there's a higher power or God or whatever? And I loved how Bernie his answer, what he had to say to that. It's beautiful. If you see the video.
No, but I really hope that everybody in this chat is aware that these people are puppets. Nothing is going to change.
No, but
if you what?
Totally.
You can
Wait,
see.
can somebody turn off the background noise? Sorry.
Yeah, Hector, can you mute your mic, please, honey?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Within these puppets, okay, within all the 4 puppets or whatever, I don't know if there's 4 or 3 or 5 of them, but I can see that Bernie is trying to incorporate his truth and burst through that puppet idea. I can just see Bernie trying to burst through the truth and try to lay down the truth. I don't know. I see light in Bernie. That's for sure.
No.
Wait a minute.
Sorry if you guys don't. Yep. Sorry if you guys don't agree with it. I'm just being truthful.
What'd you have to say, Ruthie?
I said light in Bernie? Oh boy.
These people, they will do that. I saw light in Barack Obama.
No, but Bernie is not doing it. Bernie is the first one to do it a way where nobody else has done it.
No, honey.
I don't
swear.
believe it, buddy. No way.
You're still hoodwink if you think that any of these people are real. These people are not even like.
They are real. They're real people just like us. They're just making decisions.
I just want to say, Elaine, I saw that same light in Barack Obama. As soon as he went into office, it goes away. I promise.
He
It's
became
not
with
going
white
to change.
hair. Now he has great hair already.
These people, okay, all right. These people have families. They have emotions. They get depressed like we do, and they become happy like we do. Okay, they just have a different.
Alan, I think you're getting confused with human beings and beings that are not human.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just because they look human,
they are
does
not
mean
human.
that they are.
Yeah, I don't think they're human either. No.
Well,
if they're human,
I'm
they
sorry,
wouldn't be
man.
doing sacrifices and doing wars.
Wait, what do you mean they're not human? I don't get it.
They're human,
I mean
okay?
that they hold a high vibration of reptilian energy, and they are connected to reptilian beings, and they've come to do.
Wait, whoa. What is reptilian now?
What do you
You
mean?
don't know about reptilians?
Nope.
Oh, you should
Okay.
research it.
Can I share something about that reptilian and all
They're
that
not.
aspect of something?
They're.
Yeah.
I see.
Like check it out, like David Icke and Joe Rogan and that other guy who sits
No.
behind the talk show host, all those fools right there, and they're spreading. They have a little bit a core of truth, but they're still spreading misinformation and trying to think that like Darun Valo, Melchizedek, all them, they have a core of truth. The people that I look after and pay attention to are the ones that were picked off and killed, like Tupac, John Lennon,
Yeah.
JFK, Martin Luther King. They were killed off because they were spreading the real truth, not the David Icke bullshit and
Or
all
they
the
were
other.
sacrificed. They were
Yeah.
I hear you, Hector. That's awesome, but I still don't understand the reptilian stuff. Is it an analogy to their
They're
method?
living from that reptilian part of the brain rather than
Yes.
being like they're
Oh,
choosing
okay.
to live from that. And that's what we're saying, they're not human, because there
In their
is a
eyes.
bloodline that you can trace back from thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago that are
Right.
strictly only reptilian. They're AKA psychopaths, the
Oh,
ones that
okay.
have no emotion.
Yeah, and their eyes can shift too.
See
Yeah,
now
that's
these people, okay, that are using a little bit of truth, but they're not accurately truthful, like we see, Santos and John Lennon and Martin Luther King and Jesus and all these people who have the real truth. I'm just saying, if you put yourself in their shoes, okay, they don't know this, if they didn't open their mind to this. They could, one of those people, okay, for example, take Bernie Sanders or Obama or something, maybe in their mind, okay, maybe their goal is to have peace on earth and to have this beautiful
Oh
lifestyle
my
we can all
God.
share together. But it's the message, it's their method that could not be the right method to achieve that. That's
Can
where
I
the
say
deception. That's where the deception comes. That's where the deception and the deceiving comes. We can look at them being like they're leading us in the wrong way, and it's because it's their method. They
no?
think that using this method is going to be the right way to achieve, to achieve peace and shit. Okay, to live like a king and a queen. Okay, they think that the method that they have is the right way, but unfortunately, it's not, and they don't realize that. So therefore, when we perceive them, most people perceive them like reptilian thinkers, right? But it's not necessarily because they are evil. It's not necessarily because they want to do evil. Some people are like that, but but you can really tell if somebody's actually
Service
really
to self is demonic, and
But
these people are service
they
to
do know
self.
that. They do know that.
They do.
They do. That's the problem. You probably don't realize it, but those presidents, uh, they're not elected by the people. They're already selected by this
Yeah.
13
It's all
families that they
designed.
rule
Yeah.
the world. That
exactly
they're
Yeah.
exactly.
this.
They're
And
already
they're
I
selected
suggest
because
you.
of the energy
Look,
that they hold. They
they
hold a
wrote this
specific
book.
energy.
and we
the
must
people.
incorporate that.
Guys, chill. Melanie, what did you have to say?
What I was saying is that they hold a specific energy. So it's like, for example, there are certain beings out there that hold a large vibration of light, and they are helping for the ascension of the earth and everyone that's on it. Those beings that hold that large energy, reptilian energy, are here to hold the darkness until everyone has recognized the darkness within themselves. They're not here to be evil. They're just here to do their task in this situation, and their task is to hold the darkness.
May I say something, please?
Yeah,
Of
you're
course.
really sorry.
Okay. Thank you. And the book that I was just saying, because we're on the topics with the reptilians and the Illuminati, I'm just gonna open the first page. The book's it's called The Hidden Hand Tells All. And if you can see, this is the sign over here of the Illuminati and all those things that are going on. And actually, the book describes everything about all the families that rule the world that we're talking about, the blood, from like the Rockefellers and everything that goes back way centuries ago that they've been doing that chain. And basically what they do is they're trying to make the earth shift to like a four-dimensional but negative earth, not the positive earth. So they're trying to hold not hold us back, but make the shift to the fourth dimension, but instead of the positive way, to go on the negative side. And that's the only way those forces that they've been on top of the pyramid for so long, they're gonna do their job.
Exactly. And so therefore they don't do it themselves, right? These people
Exactly,
who
they don't do anything. They just control the puppets that we know as the famous people, but they're not that famous because the real people who control, well, they're not people, but let's say beings. They control those things. All the reptilians and all the bloodlines and all those things that they came, the bloodlines were settled on Earth. They are not on this plane. They just
Yeah.
overview and see us probably from up there what we're doing, but they just control them.
Or below, because
We
there's
have,
the subterranean
Yeah.
planes and the heavenly planes. But go ahead, Greg.
we also keep calling them reptilians. That really doesn't make sense with me. Because they're still like human, made of the exact same stuff as us. You know what I
exactly,
mean?
and
I
we
really
Yeah,
don't get the
bro.
reptilian thing.
Yeah.
I
we
thought I
can
did, but I don't.
The reason why we call them reptilian is because they are purebred reptilian energy.
yeah,
We are
Mm-hmm.
not purebred. We are not purebred with reptilian energy. They
we
are.
can.
They come from. They come from the lizard family. They come from cold-blooded animals.
They
All right,
are
yeah, I can't
cold-blooded.
join in this conversation because that makes no sense to me.
Okay, that's
Uh,
cool.
Okay.
They're human beings, you
can
know,
I share something?
and I love them just like I love
The
you guys, you know. I
We're not
love
saying
the
that we don't
Rockefellers and I
love
love
them,
the
Sarah.
Rothschilds.
We're not saying that we don't love them, but what they are is what they are. We can't. You can't say that something's pink if it's blue. They
Exactly.
are what they are. What they are. We're not sending them any shade, or we're not sending them any negative energy. We're just saying that the energy in which that they came in with is a high vibration of reptilian energy, which
Mm-hmm.
means that they are more cold blooded than we are. So
Yeah,
they're
but
So
before that you said that they're not human. That's what
not
throws me off.
human.
Something can look human but not be human.
They're not.
That's
They're
what I don't
able to.
get.
They're able to shapeshift.
they
They
shape
can
shift.
shift
Yes.
from
Yes.
being human
You
to
don't know
being an
that?
animal
All
to
right,
being a.
Okay, I understand. I understand exactly what all of you guys are saying, and there's a synchronicity about it. There's a synchronicity that makes sense about everything you guys are saying. Okay, the reptilian is a way of thinking. The human thing is a way of thinking, which we can, for example, the natural respect and here's a present I made for you. Okay, that's the human thinking. Whatever. Reptilian is like, okay, boys, what are we going to do to control these people over there? That's the reptilian way of thinking. It's different ways of thinking. I can tap into that. I do it all the time. I tap into these stuff in and out, back and forth all the time. You
Yeah.
don't have to be a reptilian family to do it.
That's not what we're talking
That's
about.
not what
So
we're
wait,
talking
you're
That's
about.
literally
not
saying
what
you're
we're talking about. We're talking about this family has one bloodline. They are not allowed to interbreed with anybody else other than someone who has the same bloodline as themselves. They've
Exactly.
been like this for hundreds and thousands of years
yeah.
because
I believe
their
that.
bloodline is pure reptilian.
Yeah, I
It's
believe.
not
No, I
it's not.
understand that. So wait, it's the way of thinking that you're talking about. They're not
No,
actually reptilian.
Not
No.
only
they are able to shift and change because of their energy of being a reptilian. They're able to shift and change into different modes of form.
Yeah, I just call them Hebrews
getaway. There's a getaway between the third
Hebrews.
and fourth
Hold
dimension
on.
they're
You
using.
call them Hebrews.
from
Yeah,
Egypt.
yeah.
You know,
Oh, okay. I see what you mean.
isn't that the bloodline? They
It's
from Egypt, and then even before Egypt, right? It
no,
just came down.
that's our bloodline.
Yeah.
That's our bloodline. Their bloodline is pure reptilian.
Reptilian.
Because a
Reptilian.
reptilian is a reptilian. It can't change. Like, these bloodlines have been going on for thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years. You aren't just. It's like a psychopath. You cannot change a psychopath. You literally, no matter what, that is who they are. So a reptilian cannot be human. It may look like human, but it cannot have emotions like we do. It cannot think and react and love like we can. It is literally not in their DNA.
It can't
And the
understand
reason why they
it.
can't do that is because their bloodline has never been contaminated with any other bloodline.
Exactly.
They have one bloodline and that's it.
The reptilians, they run off of instinct, not intuition, but intuition's also a reptilian aspect. You know,
No, it's
there's
not. No, it's not.
intuition and instinct. It comes from that right there. Cause I haven't really read much on it. I still got to like educate myself on it. But that whole like the people that call themselves elitists and stuff, they're just normal people like you and I that elevate themselves high as gods to be worshipped by us when they're like really like us, like you and I. You know, they're just people who want to elevate themselves. Like look at the presidents, look at the movie stars, all these actors and shit like that. You know what I mean? I don't know, that they're just regular people that just want to elevate themselves and as the Most High. You know.
I do not agree with that either. Because
Neither would I.
maybe
Neither
they're
would I
like us
either.
from the beginning when they start doing the movies, and then when they got caught up into the system, why most of them are getting possessed by demonic things? Like for example, Nicki Minaj, Beyonce, all of them are possessed by demons because
And they admit it. That's not
they
like bullshit.
worship the
They admit
Satan
it.
in like the lower level. They do sacrifices, they do this, they do that, and they change. They change themselves. They decide to be on the dark side.
Hey, sister, you know why they did? You know why? It's
Why?
because we live in a free will zone. A little part of them, of their free will, allowed that to happen. You know, like the negative spirits and the positive spirits, they all got to follow divine law. And that divine law is the free will and how free will works. So a little part of like Jay-Z and Beyonce that got possessed is because a little part of their aspects allowed that possession to happen. It wasn't like totally against their will. They allowed it in some sort of degree.
Service of self.
So
Yeah.
yeah, also on the whole reptilian thing. So any one of us can become fully illuminated by raising the oils. Literally, that's physiology. And then we could have these complete desires to take over and control, and then use this illumination to do it all. So where does the reptilian come from? You know what I mean? Like any single human being, like Jesus, basically, if Jesus was evil, he could have illuminated himself with the knowledge he got from the mystery school, and then use that to be literally God.
The
We all
difference is that these reptilian beings do not have any emotions. They don't have the intuition. They don't
Yeah.
have that aspect of themselves.
That
Yeah,
part
Ted
of the
Bundy.
brain is literally shut off.
What you're talking about is how they are all of the time. They don't have any empathy. They don't
Yeah,
have
like
any compassion because that's
you
how
know,
they're made up.
yeah. So like
That's how they're made.
Ted Bundy and Hitler, right? So I'm trying to clarify because let's say some guy like Ted Bundy who had no emotions could illuminate himself fully like Jesus and then control the population like that just as easily. So what,
No.
like
Because of the fact that most of the population are also in darkness. So right now, most of us are willing to follow anybody if they seem to know what they're talking about, because nobody knows what they're doing. So if you're in darkness to yourself and you think that somebody else holds the light, you're going to
yeah,
follow them because you're in
no.
darkness.
Are you talking about me or like people in general?
No, no, no. Not you, honey. I'm saying you just said if people followed Fred Bundy.
No, no, no. If Ted Bundy literally illuminated himself just like Jesus would, wouldn't
Yes, but
he? And then
I'm saying to
raise
you,
to the height, yeah.
because of the fact that so many people on the earth are within their own darkness, he came as if he had answers to questions that people didn't have answers to. So if you are lost and someone comes with a torch, you're going to follow them.
Yeah.
If you're lost within yourself, that's why the Bible says there are a lot of people that are going to come and say that I am Jesus, I am the resurrecting.
Yeah,
Basically,
but that's not what I was saying though. I was just using Ted Bundy as an example because he has all the traits that you guys are talking about.
okay, let me explain something to you. Usually, to be like a reptilian, you are like born this way. Like it goes from family to family. If he's trying to raise his oils and becomes one like that in control,
Hmm.
he is probably not gonna be doing it from the bad side. Like
Yeah,
because
but I'm saying somebody easily could do it from the bad side, just like Ted Bundy. So what? How are they not reptilian? But these, you know what I mean? Like what you guys are calling reptilian, I'm just calling a normal psychopath with no capability of empathy at all.
They are the same in that way. They
That's
are
the same thing that
psychopaths.
we're
There you
saying.
go.
You're just giving him, you've just given them a different name. You've given
Yeah.
them
Yeah,
a
there you
name
go. Right.
society has given them. We are
So
giving them a name in regards to their energy.
yeah. So where does the shape shifting come in? What does that mean now?
Have you heard anything about Draco?
Draco?
Yeah.
No. Draco.
Okay. So these are star systems. Yeah. Draco is a star system where reptilian beings come from. Yeah. So when you check out this type of stuff, you're gonna understand what we're talking about.
yeah, you gotta make a little bit of research and you're gonna understand
It's
everything.
all in the ancient knowledge. It's like you have to look into the ancients because they all say the same thing about this stuff, like the
Right.
draconians and all that stuff. It's not like some fabricated bullshit. Like this
No,
is
no,
stuff that they've
no.
been talking about.
No, no, no. There's a star system called Vulcan.
Mhm.
Yeah, where some nasty beings come from too. So unless you know these star systems, you're not really gonna understand what we're talking about in regards to energy and these beings that are here.
Yeah, you're right.
So I don't know if this is going to be a good explanation, but I'm just going to give it a go, okay? I'd like to use the metaphorical aspect of when you shine one bright white light into a prism, you get
Yeah.
7 different categories. Now, I can include this as in the reptilian blood family, the human blood family, and other blood families as well. Okay? Now, there are this is one state, right? This is one state. We're all one. And then this is another state. The prism acts like a filter. It classifies you, your spirit. You
Mhm.
go through a process where the source created the system to classify your spiritual process, what type of person, what type of spirituality you are. That's what will put you into a reptilian blood family or a human blood family or other blood related families. Okay? Now the third state. This is a different state now that we're in. We're experiencing separation, right? And so what we can do with separation is communication. We can use communication to understand our separation and understand where we come from. So yes, there is the possibility in this world and in this life where a reptilian can listen to a human and they can share their stuff, and a human can teach a reptilian what emotion is, and a reptilian can teach what reptilians feel and understand, right? And there's also a correlation that all of this separation that we are classified under, or we are, comes back to the fact that we are once one. We are once part of this one source. So that's the best way I can explain it,
We're
how
not
I see it.
disputing that. We're not disputing that we're one. But what we're saying is that there are a multitude of beings on this earth
That was a
that
good
look,
explanation.
that look
Thank you.
human, but they are not human. That's what we're saying.
And that's okay. That's fine. We can come to peace with them. Because I mean, think about it. Okay, let's say
We
we're
can
just gonna
come
make
to peace with people that are trying to murder and control the entire population and have no other agenda. You're saying
There-
we can come to peace with that? A
there's a
parasite?
no. I did not say that. I said we can come in peace with different people. There's a yin and yang in
But they're not
everything.
people.
There's a
They're
yin and
not people,
yang
though.
in every. Okay, then that's not what I'm talking about. No,
I don't think you guys are understanding the
no,
energy of the
no.
reptilian beings.
I'm
The
talking
reptilian
about.
beings do not, they don't negotiate, honey. There's no negotiation, there's no empathy, there's no that trying to negotiate. They don't have that capacity to do that. They just
Some,
don't
there are
have it.
some. There are
Okay.
some that
No.
are able to.
No.
Yes, there are some.
No.
There's a yin and yang in everything in the universe. There's a yin and yang
Okay, can
everywhere
I
you
share
go.
a story? Can I share a story? Well, it's not my story, but it's written in the book, and it's about. I just sent it to you, Greg. It's about that girl. She grew up in German, and her parents were really rich, and she was like a part of the Illuminati, and she was supposed to witness a sacrifice when she was 6 years old. So they brought her to Italy, and they brought her to the Vatican, and underneath the Vatican she's been saying that there were 13 like catacombs in which like they were like children that they were gonna be like the sacrifice, and they put them on a huge black onyx table with a golden thing which like the cross, and then a thing where it can gathers all the blood, and they put like children that they're like usually they sacrifice people children that they haven't start eating any other food rather than milk from their mom because they're more pure energy. They're not like, you know. So she went there. They brought her there, and they didn't tell her she's gonna witness a sacrifice. And most of the other children that were with her uh, were really weak, so they had to put some what do they call it? Like to inject them something to make them relax before even the ceremony starts. And she's explaining how none of those people have any compassion whatsoever of what they're doing. So they did like kill that baby in front of her, and she saw all the blood and like collapsed, right? So after that, she was made to be sworn and kiss the hand of the person who is ruling the Vatican. And since then, she is considered to be part of the Illuminati system. Then they started to brainwash her and do like a training. She she's saying this story because she escaped. And she escaped, and 2 weeks after, when she said all these things on the radio of the article that I just sent it to Greg, I can post it on the chat if anybody wants to read it. She got killed. She disappeared. She just disappeared, and they found her that she's dead because she already speak what she was not supposed to. So it's interesting how you say that they have compassion and all those things, but I really don't believe maybe 1 in a million like her people can escape, but they do lead double life. Like she said that she was a normal person, she was gonna go somewhere to work, but at the night time they go do their sacrifices, do their rituals, do whatever they need to do. She was working for the government and all those stuff, and it's just all there. You know how everything that we think about them that, oh, the government's there to protect us, this is there to protect us, and all comes to the point that none of those corporations are actually there for us. They're there for themselves and harvesting us. I don't know how much compassion that sounds like it, but
No, I did not say that people who, the reptilian family or whatever that is actually murdering people, have compassion. They obviously don't have compassion, because if they felt compassion, they would stop what they would do and probably shed a tear or something and say, wow, what am I doing? That's true compassion. I'm just saying that there are reptilian blood families out there who acknowledged, who in their past, in their past they might have killed and they might have done bad things, but throughout their own evolution, their own self-awareness, they came to realize, man, this is not good. What am I doing? So all I'm just saying, there's reptilians are not just, we can't just classify them as pure evil and that's it. It's
But nobody said that they're evil. We didn't. I haven't ever used the word evil. I have just said that their level of compassion and empathy is very low in comparison to a human.
And that's all a human being is, because human being has compassion. That's
everything that makes us human. Just because this shell looks human, you know what I'm saying? It's what's inside. It's the experiences. It's the love. It's the feelings. It's the compassion that makes you human.
So
I don't know. I don't like to categorize reptilian, man, because it's just the wrong term. I think it's the wrong term. Reptilian is like a lizard. That's a reptilian. There's nothing wrong with lizards.
That's what we're talking about, though. We're talking about a lizard.
No, I understand the whole all that, and yeah, I know about those sacrifices. But could you guys explain to me who Aleister Crowley is? That would clear up a lot of stuff. Who's Aleister Crowley? Can you guys explain to me?
Man, where's Eden? Eden would be able to freaking
I mean, I know
spit
everything.
This shit out so quick.
I know all about Aleister Crowley's history. Obviously, I can't recite it, but I've done lots of research into him, and he's exactly the guy that I'm talking about, where he illuminated himself to the point to get right up there and control massive parts of the population. Massive.
Well, he's Barbara Bush's father or relative or something like that, and the Bushes are related to him.
Yeah, but how are the Bushes related to him? How, like, where does that come from? Because all I've read this stuff, like, I've heard about the reptilians, of course, and stuff, but only in, like, David Icke books or, like, David Wilcock or any of those guys. That's the only place I've ever heard this. I've never heard it from true, like, syncretists. Like you guys. Surprise me.
Why does it surprise you?
Because this is all like I said, it's like that David Icke, David Wilcock.
But it's not only David Wilcox. There were
but all those guys, they're all connected. You know what I mean? That's the only place I've heard of this. So this is new to me.
I don't even know.
Are you saying that he's? What are you saying about David Wilcock? Like.
I mean, that's the only place I've ever heard of the reptilian stuff.
I've never even heard of David Wilcock.
Yeah, he likes to talk about that, and so does David Icke, you know?
Okay.
That's the only places I've heard, like that kind of like those types of authors.
Well, if you've read any books by Barbara, what's her name? She wrote the Ninth Dimensions. Oh my gosh, what's her name? Hold on. I'll tell you. Barbara Clow.
Barbara Hand Clow.
Yeah. She talks about the reptilians. She talks about the Palladians. She talks about the Syrians. There's another lady called. Hold on one second. There's another lady called Amora Kuan Yin. There's another lady called Barbara McLeod. There's quite a few of them that talk about different stuff in regards to the different star systems. I don't know if you guys have ever read a book called bloody hell. Hold on, I'm gonna go and get the book.
Okay, while you do that, so nobody can tell me about Aleister Crowley, because that would clear up everything that I'm thinking about right
Aleister
now.
Crowley. What do
Was
you want
he
to know? That's what
was he a reptilian or what? Because he got the reptilian skills, but he was a human.
It
when
would
he
not
was born.
surprise me, him being Barbara Bush's father. Barbara Bush and the Bush family and all of them, they're not human. So, I mean, if he's their father, kind of puts it together. Here, I can find a picture for you.
Great, they can look human. They choose when they want to shapeshift. They shapeshift. There is a gap between the third and the fourth dimension that they're using for that shapeshift.
And I'm sure you're aware of the fact that like
No, I've seen
like
that.
do
Yeah.
you yeah, do you realize that like okay, so this is what I'm okay.
I wouldn't
Like
deny
the
if they're all the
Queen,
same
for
bloodline too.
example. Yeah, and the
kinda
Queen,
think
for
that.
example, is sacrificing children
Yeah.
on a wide scale, and
Yeah, like they breed them.
if you look, what?
Like they even breed them for that.
Wow.
That's crazy because I've heard stories from survival people from like
Yeah.
the two people who escaped. That's crazy.
Mhm.
No, but please
She
go
was
on
in
with
my
what you're saying.
dream.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've never had a dream with the Queen. The bitch was like straight up reptilian. Like you couldn't see it in her face, but it was really weird. I've never experienced that energy in my like ever, and it was just really interesting. It's literally like you're in the room with a crocodile or some shit. Like there's no like we were talking about something, and because I knew what was going to happen, so I felt like I tried to be like, yeah, here's the picture of my parents, and it just didn't register to her. And then when I left, she sent her men after me, and she had this like black coat on, and she was like, she wanted to kill me, like she wanted to like eat me straight up, like.
You seen her live?
Guys,
Yeah,
I
she
found the
came in my
book.
dream.
Oh.
Found the book. I'm just gonna put my camera on so that you can see. This is a brilliant
Okay.
book. It talks about the cosmology of before 2012, but I've had it for about 5 years. Actually, I can't get my screen. Ah, found it. Wait. Oh, yeah. Oh, what's happening?
Poor Greg. He's just like, y'all are like messing with my mind.
Yeah. Because I know everything you guys are talking about, and I agree with it all except the reptilian term just came in and it threw me off. Like why?
Okay, I can't get my screen on, so I'm just going to tell you the name of the book and you can Google it yourself. It's called The Palladian Agenda.
Why don't you just type it in the chat?
Because I was trying to be lazy.
Can you say that one more time?
I'm going to type it in the chat so you can see.
Thank you.
Because I know I'm gonna spell it wrong.
You know what it is? It's because it takes so long for the chat to come to get. I don't know. My computer's moving very slow today. Okay, can I just tell you the name and you write it down because my cursor's just not allowing me to type anything at the moment.
Yeah, I'm ready.
The Palladian Agenda. That's PLEIADIAN. Agenda.
Agenda.
A new cosmology.
Okay.
For the Age of Light. And the author is Barbara Hand Clow.
Oh yeah, I see that.
This book talks about Barbara Hand Clow,
Okay.
Clow. This book talks about all of the species that are in the universe and how they are part of the game and how they interlink and what dimension they come from and what reality they are experiencing. Everything's in here. Everything. It's a brilliant book.
Okay, I'll definitely check that out.
Yeah, because like what Santos and everybody's been talking about with the flat Earth is that the cosmology from the Hindus and stuff, like there's the subterranean planes and the heavenly planes, and a lot of these beings come from the subterranean planes.
Yeah.
Most of them. So when we say universe, we mean our cosmic egg with those levels, those planes. So yeah.
And bear in mind as well that what we see is our universe. The other planets also have other universes within their systems.
Mhm.
So this is not the only universe.
Does Santos talk about reptilians?
I have
He
no clue.
has. He has. He said that they're the lower subterranean. I don't want to say this is exactly what he said because I don't know the exact words, but he has spoken about it. He's spoken about the lower level beings that people talk about coming from the subterranean places.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And if you think about it, he actually shows it to you in that platonic solid chart.
Yeah.
Hey, Summer,
What, Ruthie?
I actually wanted to know, Santos, when he was mentioning that,
Mhm.
do you remember that diagram of the 7 subterranean planes? That it's so pretty. It's got a lotus flower. I want to know
Yeah,
what.
yeah, I could actually. It's in my Google Drive. I could put it in the chat. Gosh, it's gorgeous. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it is beautiful, and
Oh, you know what?
What?
I
I
haven't
remember
got
Googling
that.
this a while ago. I Googled Santo Bonacci and if he talked about any of the alien races. I wanted to
Yeah?
see what he thought. Yeah. Because I
Did
just,
he?
no.
Mm.
I mean, not what I could find.
So what does that mean?
About Santos.
Yeah.
Um, I don't know. I should talk to him. We should ask him about it.
I can't find the picture. It's on my computer though.
that's okay. Whenever you get a chance, I just
Yeah.
What is it a picture of? I haven't seen.
It's the ancient concept of the universe in the Hindu way, and it goes through all the levels, and it's like a gorgeous graphic. It's like super high resolution, and it's just so gorgeous.
Please.
What'd you say?
When you find it, you can
Yeah.
Is it
Hi Hector, you're back.
Oh yeah, I had to put some dinner going and then get my daughter to see if she'll take a little nap real quick and stuff. Yeah, I was like, man, I gotta get back to my people right here, man.
All right, guys. I gotta catch the next bus home because I'm at school. So I'm gonna look into the books that you sent me and all that stuff. And
lovely.
yeah, the Barbara Clow, Barbara Hand Clow. Yep,
Mhm.
Yeah.
and all that good stuff. So
Mhm.
how long?
Enjoy.
How long are you guys going to be on chat for?
Have no idea.
Me either.
Okay, well, if you're on later, then yeah, okay, then
Totally.
I'll join
And
back.
if we're not live or live, we'll probably be doing something. So.
Okay. See you
Okay.
guys. Good chat today.
All right. Cool.
All right.
Bye.
Bye, everybody. Bye, Tanya.
All right, bro.
See ya.
Hey, Summers, were you talking about the Earth map of how the Vedas have it, the Hindus, where it's just the ongoing plane of flat land?
No, it's something that Santos made a video of a while back, and he used it as an example. And it's, oh my gosh, I can't remember the key words to look for it, but I can probably just give me a minute and I can find out. It's not on my phone. It's on my computer. So
Oh, okay, yeah, because
yeah.
once I started like looking up magnetism, and you know that angry photographer guy, theory hypothesis,
Yes. Yeah.
how I've been trying to get in touch with that guy, but he seems a little how do I say, boastful, because he knows he is correct, so his ego is like kind of getting to him, but in a humorous manner. You know, I've been trying to
Mhm.
get that guy so I could show him this. You know, because remember I told you I did this about a little over a year ago. It was before I was awakened, before my experience with that spirit, right? I
Mhm.
was doing this, what the Solkin calendar, what the Shred presents. This is showing the hyperboloid right here, and then the toroidal field of what makes the ether, what makes counter space, which is matter, right? Which is how they teach us in school that how a line, we do a point and a line in the aspect of doing it like this, you know, a point and line. When Mother
Mhm.
Nature moves with the point and line in a radius, you know, like if you drop water in a pond, how the pond expands, that's the way Mother Nature works. And that's the way how the center of this field is showing. Because I was like, remember, I was like, I don't know what the hell this is too, but watch, I'm going to find out one day. But his damn drawings of what the hell magnetism really works and shit showed all this. And I was like, whoa. You know what I mean? So I've been on
Mhm.
this trip because I'm going to draw this whole concept of, you know, like we live in a flat plane, right? And it shows us, and magnetism does show us that, because the counter space of inertia, it only exists from point and spreads in the radial portion, you know, and it doesn't go in an expansion as up and down. It's just like the way how a pond shows us when we drop a water and a rock in the water, and how the waves just expand, right? That's the way how it's showing us in the center. And I'm gonna draw the ethereal plane, like the way the stars are above us and how the North Star stays point and everything circles around the North Star, right? That's the toroidal field that encapsulates us, that envelopes us here on this flat Earth. You know what I mean? And
Mhm.
oh no, I'm gonna get into like real detail specific in the genre, because like I'm an artist, you know what I mean? And I'm gonna do some crazy ass shit with this, you know? I don't know. I just, oh no, it's crazy. It's been since yesterday, like that $1 bill. Cause when was it? Friday. This past Friday, you know, on a $1 bill, how it looks like that. The front side of the one. See how it shows the spider web in that? But if you
Yeah.
see the two nodes of the web links and stuff, they're reversed. So I was like, why is it reversed? So this is what I did. I drew out this, right, because I don't have a $1 right now and stuff. I drew this out, and it made this image. Oh shit! Let's see. Okay, it made that right there. See, showing the hyperboloid in the toroidal field. You know,
Move it up a little bit, like pull it up. Okay. Okay.
it's showing the hyperboloid in the toroidal field and stuff. You know, and I was like, no freaking way. You know, so I made a new video on YouTube yesterday, and I did it real quick because I was like totally like excited that I understood what the hell I was looking at now with this, because it's what showing Ken Willer's diagram of how magnetism works. This magnetism, synchronicity, secretism is all real. Like, you know how some people right now are going to say, oh, that's New Age bullshit. No, it's actually ancient true knowledge. The New Age shit was the dogma that religious brought, you know? Because and a lot of the Mayan prophecies, like the Mayans had their own Bible. They called it the Popolva and stuff. You know, Chilambalam, the jaguar priest, he gave a teaching of a new age religion that was going to come out, and that it was. They were saying that these men were going to bring the Father and His Word. You know, it's all crazy and stuff, but the Mayan calendar synchronizes with everything. You know, it's a trip. So I've been on that whole trip yesterday. You know, I was like excited and stuff. So now I could continue on where I left off from a year ago.
Yeah, I still can't find the picture, guys. Well.
Okay, I found it, I think.
You did?
Yes. I put in Google Vedic universe. Let's see.
Okay.
Vedic. Wait. Well, what did I put? I put Vedic. Vedic universe planes.
Okay.
That's what I put. And there it is. I see it.
Oh, I see it too.
Okay. Oh wow! I found a website that has like a little explanation and everything.
Oh wow. You can put that in the chat for everybody if you want.
Oh yeah.
I'll do
Here,
that.
and I can bring it up on my screen and show you guys at the same time. So,
And
hold
then,
on.
let's see. There's two of them. I like this one too. And he used both of these.
Yeah. Okay, so okay. So all right. So, can y'all see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Cool. So that's still not big enough. So there's the hourglass,
Oops.
Hector.
Oh yeah.
Universe, opposite universe. Does Hector see that?
Did he just? Oh no, he's there. Okay. I thought he dropped off, but he's there.
Hector! Okay, no big deal. I'll save that for him, actually. Okay, save. Here. Vedic cosmology. There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's loading. Can I? Okay, here we go. Vedic tour of our universe. And there's all these videos, and here, I can put that in the chat. Okay, so. Oh, okay, that's big. All right, so yeah. Here is the bottom.
Can't see, Summer.
You're not?
No, all we can
Okay.
see is the scales.
Okay. Am I screen sharing?
Do you have to click on the? Maybe Melanie, you need to click on her.
Yeah. Click
Icon
on, because there's two of me. click on the one
Okay,
that
I've got
isn't
it.
my
Thank
picture.
you,
Let me.
Ruthie.
Okay, cool.
You're welcome.
Yes, I got it.
Okay, great.
Ta.
All right. Okay, so yeah, this
That's
is all of the
beautiful.
universes. Yeah, it's gorgeous. Like this is the full picture,
Whoa.
and yeah, and it has a little description on all of these.
Well,
So these are all of like the lower.
isn't that the tree of life again?
Yeah.
The three planes of life. It's the same thing, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah.
That's
And then
lovely.
yeah,
It
and
is.
so after hearing this divine message, okay, actually I'm reading from the wrong end. Okay, so we have the top, Krishna consciousness, the heaven, like really heavenly realms where Krishna and Brahma are, or Radhe and Krishna, which is Brahma.
I thought
I
it was
don't.
Vishnu and Krishna. Oh, I don't know.
No,
Right.
it's
Sorry.
Radhe and Krishna. Radhe is the feminine aspects of Krishna, and Krishna is the masculine of them both, or whatever. So,
Yeah, that's right.
okay, just making sure. All right.
I just fell in love with all of this when Santos presented it.
Yeah.
I saw him talking about this on that interview he had with
Eilish.
yes, with Eilish, and he brought up this
Mhm.
graphic, and I was just like, oh my
I
gosh,
know.
beautiful.
What
I
video's
know.
that, Ruth?
Uh,
Do you mind putting the link?
I'll find it and I'll put it in the chat.
But yeah,
Thank you,
these are all of the
sweetheart.
worlds.
I'd love to see that. I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, these are all of the worlds, and it's so beautiful. I don't know who made this graphic.
That's what made me also think of this graphic, because we were talking about reptilians and these negative entities, and that's when he actually mentioned the subterranean realms, and I was really interested.
Yeah, and notice right here it says lower planets, gross, and then the middle planet, which is Earth, subtle and gross, and then the higher planets, which is subtle. And the higher planets are, well, the hellish planets are, the very hellish planet is Patala. I hope I'm saying that right. And it's very, very hellish, and it gets a little bit less and less the more you go up. And then you get to Earth, and then above Earth is the Rakshasas and ghosts. And then one before after that is the realm of 33 million demigods and demons. And then the heavenly planets above that, and then the seven sages, and then Lord Brahma's abode is the highest of that.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
Let's see. You know how we were talking about Saturn being that he was once a sun, and and even Santos mentions how the demigods are the planets, or the planets are the demigods. Is that, have I learned that right? Is that what you get from his presentations, Summer? Melanie? Tanya? Whoever else is here.
Mel?
What are you actually asking? Ruthie?
I'm asking, I just want to know, not that it really doesn't make much difference, because I know the planets are luminaries. Santos says they're demigods. And I don't even know if I have a question. I'm just wanting to know if I'm learning this right. And Saturn was once a sun, and he's we were talking about we need to, you guys didn't know, you didn't say worship, but respect these planets.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so yeah.
I that's not a bad I. The only reason why I don't see Saturn as a demigod is because I don't know if there was a sun before Saturn.
Okay.
I don't know if and there probably was a sun before Saturn for the Earth, but that's not in my knowledge or in my awareness at the moment. So I am just taking it that just like our Santos says that when the sun falls in the winter periods, that's where Saturn is in its cycle at the moment. It's in a
Yeah.
fall.
Mhm.
So and that
Okay,
could possibly be why it's being demonized because it has fallen. Because I'm assuming that if it was a sun, that the Earth would have had to have gone through a stage of darkness in order for Saturn to fall, which means that everyone on Earth would have been pissed.
Mhm.
So you can kind of understand why that energy is being sent to Saturn, because it actually caused a problem on the Earth when Saturn fell.
Okay. Melanie, did you get the link in the chat?
I did, sweetheart.
Okay, good.
That looks very interesting. I've not before.
Yeah, that was a good one. They're all good, but that was a good one.
Yeah, it really was.
Yeah, for sure. They are all good. But then I think sometimes it depends. It depends on who's interviewing him.
Yeah.
Sometimes some people can ask the right questions, do you know what I mean? And then other people don't really know the questions to ask him to get the best out of him. So,
Mhm.
yeah, for sure.
So, do you guys want to keep this live, or do you guys wanna? What do y'all want to do? We've
Who's,
been going
who's still
live
on
for
there?
four 4 hours.
Tanya is still here?
Is Tanya still here? Tanya.
Is
I'm
Hector still here?
No, Hector's not. I see
Who's that
Elaine.
then? Is that Alan?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm still here.
Hi, Alan.
Tanya.
Hey guys.
Tanya. I keep.
Maybe she went to get something to eat. It's
I
about that
think
Awesome.
time.
so. I don't blame her. I was eating while we were doing the show, so I'm
Me
good.
too.
Same here.
Okay, well, we sound like a bunch of like drained people.
Yeah. Yeah,
So I'm just gonna stop the broadcast, but we can still keep it going. I'm just gonna be like,
Okay,
4 hours.
that's
I think
cool.
we got the meat of everything. So thank you and bye YouTube.
Bye, YouTube.
All right, cool. Wait, did it do it? No, it didn't.